All right, good evening, and welcome to another episode of Dungeons and Dragons brought to you by the Eldritch Collective Gaming Community. I'm Z, the Zen Doc, your dungeon master for this evening, and instead of our reluctant heroes with the Eldritch Adventures, tonight we're actually going to be going out onto the seas with the heroes of the dream. This is a new campaign that's starting based off of some other stuff you might have seen on the channel where our questing system, a couple heroes that we're more familiar with, went into the dream realm to figure out what was going on with Salem after a sneaky thief stole her sleepy time robe, winding up causing her to not sleep for 4 days and then go unconscious for 4 afterwards with no sign of waking. Upon entering the dream, Torin, Salem, Mochi, Alex, and Lael,
Whale?
yeah, Lael, who is not able to accompany the group due to her deal that she's made with the powers that be and her collar. And so she will be replaced with some assistance from Captain Bells with some of his crew members. Captain Bells is the guild master of the expeditionary forces of the guild, the naval arm of the Greater Guild. And in order to go on the adventure after our foray into the dream, Salem had to gather her crew, get permission from Captain Bells that he would accept them as adventurers in his portion of the guild, and get release from Guildmaster Godric. Additionally, she had to talk to Bells about how exactly they would get to where they need to go, and what other help he'd be willing to provide. In the dream, our adventurers met Mamu, the goddess of dreams, and towards the end of it, she wound up getting sucked into her own nightmare in her own dreamscape and told Salem to find the laughing captain and to find the tower. Shortly after that, Alex, now aptly a crafter craft, spent some time with the well-known Ingrid Shatterspear from our other campaign, reclassing from artificer to craftsman, and also was there when Ziraval the Unfortunate spouted prophecy given to him by the Morrigan. The prophecy read, "The neophyte shall seek the laughing captain atop the cloaked giant. The existential tower shall be opened. Death's sanctum will once again see life. The deception of the crow shall be revealed, and siblings will be equal in circumstance. The neophyte shall seek the sands and fill the depleted vessel. The goddess made whole will open her eyes once more. The mistress of the sands shall seek her brother's prison. The shackled heroes remade will overcome the past. The fallen shall be reminded of their conviction, and the rebel will be set free. Fate and time shall embrace once more, and providence will end known life." Having passed that on to Salem with some personal feelings on the matter, Alex Craft, after assessing the prophecy, finished up her tenure with Ingrid, got her reclass, and headed back home to find that Salem was putting a group together. We are now going to join our adventurers as they are setting sail for this cloaked giant, which they've found out is the island turtle Genba. And on the back is the pirate sanctuary of Blackshell Haven. So we will go ahead and start with the leader of the party, Salem. Go ahead and introduce yourself and give a quick description of your character if you don't mind.
Awesome. So, yeah, uh, Salem is a big ol' Goliath, around 7.5 feet tall, with a really nice, comfy robe. And Doc, did you ever tell me what her axe now looks like?
Yes, I did. It is a large piece of almost ivory white metal. And then there is topped by a little star. And then the crescent moon-shaped blade is held on to the handle not by any material, but by ethereal cloud, almost causing the blade to like hover just off of the handle.
Amazing. So that's across her back. Her eyes are like half lidded, like almost closed, but not quite, as she sleepily walks along, sort of leading the little group as we approach the docks.
And accompanying Salem is our now cursed slime, the warlock of the group, Mochi.
You would see this small little purple goo, maybe a solid 2 feet tall, now adorned inside of this cloak that also seems to be made of goo with all these astral and like star-like patterns throughout it. Mochi's coming along because he needs to figure himself out and also try to deal with his curse, which makes him want to consume any weapons near him.
Specifically bladed weapons, which it'll be totally fine being around a bunch of pirates with cutlasses and rapiers.
Yeah,
It won't cause any problems, right, guys?
I might just get a little hungry.
How many times has Mochi tried to eat Salem's axe on the walk here?
So
He's actively trying.
your axe, as well as some other characters' bladed weapons, because they are direct gifts from deities, have a repelling function for Mochi and would cancel out his curse. Additionally, joining the group is the ever stoic and slightly hard of sight, though not hard of hearing, Torin Blinblade.
Blade. Okay. Yeah, he's a bear that is slightly blind and has a pretty light leather armor on. Carries a staff and a rapier and short sword at his side.
And then rounding out our group is Alex Kraft.
She's a average size human. Has a musket on her back, which I'm not sure if anyone would actually know what that is, except for maybe a few people here. But she seems far more interested in like looking over her notes than anything else really. She's just kind of following Salem right now.
All right, so you guys boarded the ship and headed out a couple days ago. As you are getting closer and closer to your destination, Captain Bells calls all of you guys for a meeting up on the main deck. And asks Salem, what exactly is it you're expecting to find on Genba?
I mean, we were looking for the laughing captain. Hopefully. Yeah, I don't really. Yeah.
So at the mention of this laughing captain, he kind of smirks. So you were only able to procure 3 other adventurers, so it seems that I will be needing to assist you. And he looks over the group with some more supportive functionality, it seems, and a bit of range outside of your friend with the musket back there. So he gives a whistle and motions for this young Triton that you see coming up. He looks at Aurelia and says, Aurelia, I'll be having you help these folks on their journey. I think you've spent enough time on the ship, and you should go out and see more of what there is to offer and kind of carve your own path instead of constantly standing in my shadow.
You want me to leave the ship?
Well, I would assume that it would require leaving the ship eventually if they need to find this tower and do all of these other fancy things that Salem and her friends are trying to do. But I think it would be good for you.
Okay, I don't know about it, but you're the captain, so I got you.
And he shouts over to a dwarf pulling some rigging. Theros! Come over here.
Oh yeah.
These adventurers and Aurelia will be heading out to try and save Miss Salem's goddess, it seems. As a man of some religion yourself, I would assume that you wouldn't be opposed to giving them your assistance.
I will not be opposed in the slightest. Name's Theros. I'll go for like a handshake.
And Aurelia, if you would like to go first and describe your character, and then Theros after.
Hello, I'm Aurelia. I am a Triton that's regular size. I have hold on a sec. I have shorter hair and I have a moon sickle, and I'm just always going around the ship doing stuff. I don't really like to sit down. And whatever my captain needs, I give him. I have my familiar, Orion, that's usually hanging around me. He's a celestial octopus. And yeah, so just, if you need anything, let me know. Yeah.
Theros?
So you see a handsome dwarf man with brown eyes, a long braided beard, and brown hair. And he stands at a massive 4'8". And he greets the group with, "Hi lads, lassies, name's Theros, gilded because I shine so bright. Although I have black adamantine on right now, that does not change the fact that I shine bright. And I will help you on this adventure."
Bells leans into Torin and goes, like in not like a quiet whisper, and goes, "He gave himself that nickname."
Oh, I can see why.
Can you though? Can you?
You can
Yeah.
see again?
Wait, I get a sense of-
So, with that, and you guys setting sail, it is going to be quite a long adventure. And so you guys are being given the forecastle rooms as it is the one room that has enough beds to accommodate the entire party. In order to start getting used to each other, you guys will bed down in the same area, take meals, same area. So that way you guys can start kind of getting used to each other with the additions to the party. Additionally, you guys can move about the ship and give whatever kind of help you'd like, learn whatever you'd try to like from the sailors. If you have any specific areas of the ship that you'd prefer to occupy or that you know that you would hang out in, you're more than welcome to. So if anybody has anything that they like to do around the ship while we are doing some travel stuff, you are more than welcome to. Just go ahead and let me know what you'd like to do. I assume Torin's going to go hang out in the crow's nest to keep watch.
Yes. No, I'm staying below deck and
Just-
writing in a journal.
Does,
She's just trying
does-
to fight his urge to consume.
Go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw to see if you're able to fight that urge on this first leg of the journey.
Oh joy.
Did not go to any class.
Hey, not 20 for a 26.
You are able to resist that urge for now. Torin, are you staying below decks because you're getting a little seasick, or is it just you got some other stuff on your mind?
I don't want to fall off the edge of the boat.
Ah, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Was not the wisest decision to bring the blind bear.
Oh, yeah, I don't. It's very hard to swim when you can't
Ah.
Oof.
No.
To be fair, Captain Bell's crew does comprise itself of more members like himself and Aurelia who are natives of the sea themselves, racially, and would be able to make sure that you're okay if you did wind up accidentally stumbling overboard.
Can oh, sorry.
You're good. Go right ahead.
Can I ask Orion to hang around Torin as kind of like a seeing eye octopus until we reach land?
Sure. If Torin is okay with Orion hanging out with him and fulfilling that function, that would be more than okay.
Would that be okay, Torin?
Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind a little company.
Alright. And then if you need anything, just yell for me. I'm everywhere.
Will do.
Anybody else want to explore any parts of the ship, see anything?
Alex is probably hanging back towards the cannons, just trying to like examine them.
Go ahead and give me a Tinker's Tools check.
I can do that.
With-
that can be intelligence.
It is, and I'm going to go ahead and give that to you with advantage because of all the experience you now have with more basic firearms due to your studies with Ingrid.
Well, with my proficiency in this, I got a total of 13. Because I rolled a 5 and a 3.
The cannons do seem to be in good working order, and there are a total of 6 of them, all situated to the center and aft of the ship. The fore of the ship is dominated by 2 very large ballista.
Wonderful.
For the group, if combat were to ensue on the ship and you wanted to utilize these, it would take a action to fire. So you would be giving up your attack action to do so. And there would be assistance from the crew in reloading them. The ballista have a +6 to hit and do 3d10. The cannons have a +5 to hit and do 5d10.
Ah, yes, cannons, good old reliable.
They do, however, have AC and hit points, so if they were to get hit themselves, they may be destroyed throughout combat. Same with different parts of the ship. Anybody else have anything that they would like to go over or do while you guys are just out here sailing on the seas?
Alan would just want to learn how to sail and like how to man a boat in case they're in a situation where we need people that know how to use a boat. And we
Okay.
need more than 2.
Go ahead and are you just give me a D6 to see how many crew members are just out and about. Yeah.
Five. Did
You say
do the numbers?
did you say 5?
Yes, 5.
So there's quite a few members up on the deck. You see Theros out and about. You see Bells is up at the wheel, just kind of chatting with an Aarakocra. You see a tiefling and a turtle kind of messing with some of the rigging, and then you see a Draugr dwarf, one of the deep dwarves, up towards the fore.
I'll go over to the tiefling and turtle who are doing stuff with the rigging.
Okay. Well, hey there, big lady. What can I do you for?
Hello. I was wondering if you'd be able to tell me how to work the ship. I can help out, and if we need to.
Well, I can go ahead and show you a thing or three. So this here's mizzenmast. The tiefling kind of just rolls their eyes and goes, ma'am, you can come with me. Terrence, you keep doing what you are doing. I'll help the young miss. Okay. And you see him slowly begin to start tying rope in knots again. Go ahead and roll me a let's just go with a intelligence check to see how well you're able to pick up the information that the tiefling is teaching you about rigging and sails.
Okay. 12?
You say a 12?
Yeah.
Yeah, that you're able to pick some stuff up. You don't. It would be like it's a little bit of a struggle. You learn how to start tying some of the basic knots. What you're supposed to do if you're called to either take up the sails or furl the sails out. You start to learn what fore and aft, port and starboard are for the ship.
Lovely.
Is there anything else that anyone would like to do?
And Torin go up to the captain. Captain, sir.
Ah, Torin, my guy.
Do you think I could get an eye patch?
You wish to have an eye patch.
Ooh, 2 eye patches.
Would you like just a singular large eye patch for both eyes, or would you like 2 eye patches that you have crossed over?
I think 2 eye patches that are crossed over.
Yes. I do believe that would be quite the look. I think we may have something. I'll have somebody grab something for you and deliver it up to your guys' room in the forecastle.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Was Mochi just trying to keep himself from eating weapons the whole time? He's too focused on that?
I mean, I was doing that and possibly just maybe exploring the ship.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a D20 for your exploration of the ship. What floor of the ship are you focusing on?
I feel like he would want to explore the top deck first because that's where most likely there wouldn't be that many weapons.
Okay, so on the main outside area of the ship, you have the main deck / gun deck with the cannons, the ballista. It's where all the sails and everything else attached to the ship. There are doors for the forecastle, which is the internal cabin area at the front of the ship. There is a galley there, as well as your group's rooms. In the aft portion, there is a door in the center below where the upper deck is, because the upper deck is where the ship's wheel is, as well as some stuff for a rudder and the rear anchor. But in the center of that, there's a door which leads to Captain Bell's quarters. And then there are also some doors flanking on either side that lead to stairwells down to one of the lower decks.
Yeah, I got a 1 on the D20.
Yeah, so you are just wandering around up top. You've been here a while, you know where stuff is, but you seem to forget what doors lead where. And so further exploration, you kind of just get annoyed after like opening doors and it not being what you were hoping be there, and you just head back to the forecastle and just kind of sit down and think about what's been going on recently.
These doors aren't dooring.
Yeah. You actually almost slime your way over the side once, but luckily because you're a slime, you just kind of goop a little bit and then pull yourself back. Yeah. Mochi's having a rough time.
Is this how Torin feels?
No, because Torin can't see that. And so Torin doesn't feel nearly as embarrassed when he almost falls off the side of a ship. You, however, have eyeballs.
Whoa. Slime balls.
Well, some sort of visual organ.
Yes, you have
There's something
some.
there.
You have pseudopods with a visual organ.
Yeah, I can just kind of put
Who?
my eyes away.
Theros or Aurelia, is there anything either of the two of you would like to do?
So I want to walk up to the deck where the captain's, like where the wheels is, and just look out into the open sea and just take a big breath in, smell the sea air, and then try to see, like, you would try to see what the weather is going to be like for that day, probably, just based on what it's happening right now, or would he already know?
Give me a nature check. And as he's doing his nature check, whoever's going to give me my first D100 of your guys' travel time, go ahead and hit me with it.
That's an unnatural 20.
Okay?
So I'll do the first one. I
You're
need
the
to stop.
captain.
That's not bad. I don't think that's the right word.
You hear bells go, "Who's calling themselves a captain on my ship?"
I am not. No, I would not.
He
do
starts.
that.
He just starts laughing.
We could dream, can't
He's
we?
just.
not-
He's just playing with you guys.
Actually, we can't right now, and we're trying to fix that.
What is your D100, Salem?
54.
54. Ooh, let's see. Hey, Rhombus. Or, sorry, Theros.
Yeah.
Guess what you smell?
What do I smell?
It's that same sweet smell that you always smell when you play in one of my games. You smell ozone.
Smells like a like.
There's
Right, guys.
there's a storm a coming. As
Oh, we got it. Look out
You
for a storm,
guys-
I-
sorry, go ahead.
Looks like I'll have to put my pants on. Change out my shorts, but I don't have any pants. Do you guys have any pants?
Why?
What?
Why
What?
don't you have pants?
I thought it was
Why-
shorts wet.
But you don't. What? Don't you like live on this ship?
He does indeed live on this ship. He should have pants
Why don't-
somewhere.
Why don't you have any
Pants?
pants?
I'll have to find my pants.
Hey,
Aurelia, is there anything you would like to do during this first stint of travel time?
I'm just going around doing ship stuff, like, just whatever, and it's kind of slowly setting in that I'm gonna have to leave, and I'm like trying to avoid thinking about it because I'm gonna freak out. I've never been off the ship, so I'm just going around trying to hold it together. Uh, I guess kind of sometimes going by the new people asking if they need anything, and then just trying to make myself busy. I guess.
You gonna go talk to Fishbones?
Fishbones.
Fishbones, your feline friend Fishbones.
I wanna talk to Fishbones because I'm gonna have a panic attack.
Do you have speak with animals as a druid? Is that
I
one of
do.
the spells that you have? All right. Well, you can go ahead and cast speak with animals, and you can chat with Fishbones.
Okay. Gotta. Okay, I hit cast. I don't know if it did it,
You're
but I'm gonna
you're
talk.
good.
Okay,
You're good.
I'm gonna talk to him.
So you head into the galley up by the forecastle where you've relocated. You and Theros have relocated your stuff from down in the normal cruise quarters, which is conveniently much closer to Fishbones, where he likes to hang out to get the scraps in the kitchen. You see Cookies in there getting dinner prepared for everybody, and Fishbones is just kind of laid out, stretching in front of the fire.
I go up to him and I get some stuff off the table and give it to him. I ask him how he's doing.
Oh my, we're coming with offerings this time. I will accept. What can I do for you, Miss Aurelia?
Have you ever been off of the ship before, Fishbones?
Of course I've been off the ship. You think I was born here? Silly girl.
I don't really know where cats come from. You just kind of showed up one time. I just assumed they plucked you out of the sea.
I was here before you were. What do you mean?
Oh,
Huh.
sorry.
I swear.
10 years is a long time. I
Uh,
have to leave the ship, and I don't know.
Go ahead and
I'm
give
scared.
me a history check on Fishbones.
I got a 20, but it turned at 19.
Okay. So with a 19, you recall that Fishbones is actually the oldest crew member on the boat other than Bells and Cookie. Fishbones has been on this ship for some 50 years plus at this point.
Do you have any advice for me for when I go out? Because I heard it's a lot different.
Well, you're a Triton, and you're used to swimming in the seas, and I would just say remember that on land, that's where they walk, and it's where they run, and they play all day in the sun. No, not even a chuckle
Thank you.
from anyone. Not from anyone. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Oh man, are you kidding me?
That's crazy. Fishbones goes, Miss Aurelia, well, I will not miss you because your scratches are rather hard and you squeeze me a bit tight when you're anxious. I will say that I wish you well, and try to remember that while some people are evil, vicious, disgusting monsters, there are other people like Bells and like the rest of the crew here that are genuinely good people who want the best for you. and will look out for you and have your back and make sure that things that have happened before do not happen again. You just need to make sure that they're the people that you keep around you.
Thank you. Alright, pick him up and I squeeze him real hard.
God damn it! He claws you. Does a 7 hit.
Does a 7... my armor class is 16.
Yeah, so nope, he goes to scratch and it just like catches in your clothing. He's like, "Meow!" And he like worms his way out of your arms and he runs off. I've got rats to catch. Stop interrupting my business. All right. So, as that storm that Theros smelt starts to roll in, who all is out on the main deck?
I think Mochi's
I
there
went-
trying to figure out how to not be on the main deck.
I'm up there.
I went below deck and like get pants.
Unless you specifically need Alex or something, she's gonna get out of everybody's way. She doesn't know what she's doing here.
Also, just in case anyone was interested in it, the Jolly Roger on Bell's ship which is aptly named the Trouble. I'm going to go ahead and flash it for the stream real quick. It is symbolic of the great sea dragon that Bell's slayed with his crew, and it is the flag that he flies above the Expeditionary Forces Guild flag, which, as was explained to someone previously, the ships of the Expeditionary Forces have a very similar, and actually your guys' guild, your adventurers' pendants that signify what rank adventurer you are, for the 4 of you that transferred, have actually changed. Instead of being the long sword with the wings around it, it is now a long sword with waves around it. And that symbol is also on the flags that are directly below the Jolly Rogers or other flags that any of the ships that are part of the Expeditionary Forces would fly. Not all ships of the Expeditionary Forces identify as pirate ships, though some do. And so there is a distinction between Jolly Rogers and other maritime flags. So, was that Mochi on deck?
Salem on deck.
Mochi on deck, Salem on deck. I would assume that Aurelia and Theros are out on deck trying to make sure that everything happens that's supposed to happen during a storm.
Yep.
Torin is bottom.
Spirit thinks
are
about
you-
going to get
Are you in the bottom of the ship, or are you in your guys' room in the forecastle?
I would have went to the forecastle and gotten my room.
Okay. All right. And Alex.
Alex is also in the forecastle.
Okay, so Alex and Torn are in the forecastle. Everybody else is out on the main deck assisting. So, everyone that's out on the main deck, go ahead and give me whatever check you feel would be appropriate for whatever you would like to help with, either bailing out water, taking in the sails so they don't snap in the winds of the storm, making sure that rigging is tied down, making sure that cargo is secure. Whatever you would like to help with, go ahead and give me the check that you think would be appropriate. Aurelia and Theros, because you are members of the crew and have been working on the ship, you guys have advantage.
I be able to add guidance to this?
Sure.
Cool.
Because you guys are up in the forecastle and not assisting, Torin and Alex also both give me D100s.
I think this makes sense. Oh joy.
This makes
Uh,
sense. Fine.
dice don't like me. It's
I'm
fine.
impressed how
I got a
low we-
14.
I rolled a nat 20 and then I rolled.
Or
a
I mean
nat
a 4.
1.
Also, Torin, you have received your eye patches.
Yes.
Okay, so
No.
I am actually just going to keep it open. It's not too intrusive on the stream, I don't think. We're going to start from the top. Aurelia. Actually, no, that was your history check. Mochi. What is Mochi helping with?
Mochi's just helping tie things down. Trying to make sure that things don't fly away.
Okay, with a 13, you're not in the way, but you do feel somewhat inadequate compared to the other crew members, as they are just quickly just grabbing stuff, tying it down, and by the time like you go to do something to help, it's almost like stuff's already done. Our D100s were a 21 and a 4.
Rolling high today.
I love that for us. That's so. The two of you up in the forecastle, and the rest of you across the ship as well, as the ship is sailing in this storm, all of a sudden a massive wave picks up. The ship, you guys are almost knocked out of your beds as the ship turns just forecastle over aft, almost straight up in the air, Titanic style, and then crashes back down into the waves. And the sails, due to the force and the whiplash, are going to take 6, 12, 10, 27 points of bludgeoning damage. Salem.
I was hoping to try to help like pull in like the sails and stuff so they wouldn't get torn and stuff.
So
And I got a
that's
14
so
on it.
that is not even the damage that was taken just now. Would not have been prevented by this. This is
yeah.
essentially shock damage on the structure of the masts themselves, not to the canvas of the sails. With a 14
I was
athletics
listening.
check, are you? Would you have been doing this flat, or would you have been doing this?
Rage?
Would you have focused up? Since we don't call it a rage anymore for Salem, it's her dream
Yeah.
trance, and it's more of a focus thing. Would Salem have been
Given
kind
the
of focused up here?
Yeah. Yeah. Given the situation and the severity of the storm. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and
One more roll.
yep.
Well, that's worse.
Yeah, so with a 14, your lack of experience shows in what you were taught before. You're able to help a little bit, but much like Mochi, by the time that you actually realize what it is that you're trying to do and how to do it, it's already done. Aurelia, with your survival check, am I correct in assuming that you are trying to ensure that the ship is maintaining its heading in the storm?
Yeah, and also I'm trying to make sure that the people are staying on, because you can fix the ship and you can get new stuff, but you can't get new crewmates. So
Okay.
I want to make sure that they're safe first.
Okay, so most of the organic crew knows when a storm is super bad that they start tying themselves down. You realizing that these new crew members that are here temporarily, as they're getting carted to a new adventure, may not have known this. And so you quickly help tie down Mochi and Salem as best as possible, so that way they do not fall overboard if something bad happens. Additionally, with your 23 survival check, you are able to ensure with your native kind of navigational abilities as a stars druid that while things are a bit topsy-turvy, your heading does seem to be staying fairly consistent with what you were aware of as the heading that you guys were headed towards before the storm hit.
Okay.
Theros, what are we trying to do with that sleight of hand?
I was just trying to go around and make sure everything was ship-shape and in function.
Okay.
So making sure everything's tied down, making sure
So
every
you,
rope is...
by the time that you get to things, much like with Salem and Mochi, things are already kind of done. Though yours is not due to a lack of experience. Yours is because your legs are very, very wet wearing your shorts. And you are so focused on, damn it, I should have put pants on, that by the time that you refocus yourself and go about a task, somebody else has already completed it. And then you go to toddle off with your little stubby dwarven legs to your next task, and they get all wet, and you, damn it, I don't like this. And then you look
Slip
back
up the
up,
deck.
and yep, and what you were looking for, already done again. Rough.
I'm doing all these tasks in my fits of rage.
You have worn pants?
All right. So, guys, the storm's getting pretty bad. As some more waves start to crash against the boat. Ooh, yeah. The hull is going to take 2, 4, 6, 13 points of damage.
How's the ship looking? Is it looking okay?
Oh, ship's looking great. The sails look like they took a beating. The masts do. But everything looks fairly healthy still. Go ahead and give me another set of checks to help with everything. Torin and Alex, go ahead and give me another set of D100s unless you guys are going to pop out to see what's going on and try and give a hand.
I'm gonna talk to Torn and be like, damn, I suddenly hate the ocean.
I don't know, man. It's kind of weird in here. I think they're okay outside, right?
I don't hear enough screaming, so it's probably fine.
You don't hear enough screaming either. And I got some pretty good ears.
The other 4 of you, go ahead and give me whatever checks you guys are going to roll to help out with stuff. Aurelian, Theros, you guys still both do have advantage, so.
Oh, how do
Wait, do I still have
roll
advantage or
again?
no?
You can right click and click advantage and then roll. If you are doing athletics, yes, you do still have advantage, Salem.
Lovely.
Or you can just roll twice and take the higher of the 2 if you are struggling to figure out the advantage thing. Also, anybody who wants to, you're more than welcome to roll with hard dice. That is what I am doing. If your rolls start to seem suspect, I will just have you figure it out some other way. It'll buff. All right.
What if it's
So
seriously bad?
If they're really, really bad, then you need to put your dice in jail and get new dice. Yeah. All right, so. Ba-da-da-da. 38 and a 59. The crew outside is kicking ass, keeping this ship in ship shape, as Theros said. They're able to batter through the waves. No additional ship damage is taken at this time. Aurelia, 14 athletics check. What are we looking to do with that?
I'm running around a lot, and trying to keep, trying to keep the ship steered. I don't know if I'm steering it. If I am, then I guess trying to fight it to keep it.
So
Like,
as you look to the wheel, you see Bell's hair blowing in the wind, smile on his face, laughing harder than you've ever seen him laugh. He is loving every moment of this storm. In fact, go ahead and give me a perception check over the noise of the storm.
18.
So with an 18, tier, you hear, we will come back to that actually. Who do we have next? Salem with a 15 athletics. Are we still trying to help with sails and rigging?
Well, see, I was thinking Salem's thought process is these people are a lot better at this than me. I'm gonna just do something that they can't get to before me and just help bail out some water.
Okay. Yeah, with a 14, trying to bail out water more than, especially with your sheer size and the amount of weight that you can move around. Oh, yeah.
Lovely.
Theros, what are we trying to do with that survival?
So Theros, seeing that the rigging seemed good for the time, he ran up to the captain's nest and essentially just is trying to be a guide for the captain, being like, oh, there's a break in the wave over there, go there. Oh, there's, like essentially trying to keep the ship out of danger as much as possible.
Okay. You are... So, again, go ahead and give me a perception. Since you're all the way up in the nest, give it to me at disadvantage.
Gotcha. Uh, 11.
Okay. Like I said, we will come back to that. Mochi with a 23 sleight of hand. Those blessed die are really working out for you, huh?
Yeah. Mochi's gonna, after seeing how everyone else is working, he's gonna sort of try to follow their rhythm in order to make sure everything's tied down and possibly make sure that the sails are tied down correctly, so that way they're not getting damaged anymore.
Okay. You are able to do that. Mochi, Salem, Torin, and Alex all give me perception checks. Torin and Alex at disadvantage as you are inside.
Ow.
Unfortunate.
Definitely not.
Torin is able to hear this. Actually, you know what, Torin, I'm going to let you... I'm gonna let you re-roll because it should have been flat for you because your perky little blind man ears. Yeah, we can keep the 13.
Thank you.
Actually, why is it? It'd be a 14 with the 10. All right. Yeah. So Salem, Torin, Aurelia. All of you guys here. For just one time, I would take the Northwest Passage. And Bells is just screaming shanty lyrics at the wheel, having the time of his life in this storm. He looks out, he looks at the Aarakocra, who is just wet feathers, very grumpy, and he's like, "Aye, you scurvy dog! Put a smile on your face! We're having a hell of a time!" Tyr's having a hell of a time too, guys. He's just back there booling. All right, so all of a sudden, the waves start to flatten out, but the wind and the rain and the thunder and lightning don't seem to be going anywhere. It's a very odd sight, almost as if the water is being affected by something. Anyone who is on the deck and not currently occupied doing a task that is near the edges of the ship and can see into the water, give me perception checks.
Would I be able to do this, or
You, wherever, based off of your last check, you think you would be on the ship. If you think that you would be close enough to the edge to be able to notice anything, go ahead and give it to me.
I think Salem could have just dumped out some water and look in.
I feel like it'd be at disadvantage, but I'm gonna still roll. Hey, I got 22.
If
with
you feel...
disadvantage.
Okay.
I got 11.
All right.
I got a 9 without.
Mochi, there's something in the water.
I was gonna ask, how far up is the castle from the water?
The forecastle. So you're inside. Like, if you look at the picture of this, like in the waves, you see how there's like the main deck in the center that's down, and then the back has the wheel, and the front has that higher raised portion as well. The forecastle rooms are much like the captain's quarters, on the same level as the main deck. They're just beneath the front portion of that like upper raised deck. Does that make sense?
Would said creature be within 20? Oh, never mind. It would be through thick wood, and I wouldn't be able to see this with blind sense.
Is this like a large? Does it look like a large like creature?
Okay, so
Ah, yes, the scene. Always good notions.
we are going. So Bells has handed off the wheel as he senses something is coming. Torin and Alex, you guys would be. So, like, that door right there. Inside of that door, up under this deck, is where your guys' quarters are at. So I'm going to put you guys by this door, and we will go from there as to whether or not you guys are going to come out. The rest of you,
The map.
go ahead and position yourselves where you think you would be on the ship.
It's massive, like there. Like Mochi would be like around here.
Okay. All of a sudden, in this misty, storm-wrought sea, the water begins to bubble and froth. Not the same way that it was with the movement of the tide, but almost as if something beneath the waves is disturbing it. Go ahead and everybody give me a... everybody roll me a d20. We'll just do a flat d20 for this one. Anybody that gets over a 10 will sense it. You all feel the boat get thumped and rock and then settle back into the water as if something massive has just hit the bottom of the boat.
Did
Seems
you
to
all feel
alarm
that?
I
me,
got a nat
guys.
20.
With a
But
nat 20, go ahead and roll me a nature check.
Ugh.
Yep.
I got an 8.
So I'm gonna honor the 20. The 8 is gonna lessen the amount of information you get. Something that was not just a big creature hitting the boat. That was an absolutely massive creature hitting the boat. Not only that, but anything that would be able to disturb this much water to make it so that way the storm is not affecting this area as much as where you've just come from. And the fact that it's also bumping the boat almost intentionally from what you felt, this is something big and mean. And as you look to your captain, you can tell by the look in his eyes that he sensed the same thing. Salem! We'll give you a hand, but I think it's about time ye and your friends proved yourselves. On your guard now!
I was gonna say, I see something under the water.
As 5 massive heads rear up out of the water around the ship. Everybody go ahead and roll initiative.
Let's go. Not terrible.
Not bad, except for Salem.
Ooh, y'all really lucked out. The only person that they are going to go before is Salem.
Oh, Salem was already raging.
It is true. Her eyes are currently closed, much like Corin.
Top of initiative order with Alex Kraft.
So Alex is aware, like, she doesn't know what hit the boat, but she knows something hit the boat.
Yes, you are not aware of the heads up outside from the water around the ship. However, you would hear potentially a commotion outside. And so there's been a commotion for quite some time with the storm. Whether or not you would choose to go outside and figure out what's going on is completely up to what your character would do based off of the information that you have.
Alright. Well, because the boat's now, like, leveled out. Like, it's not rocking like we're in a storm anymore. So, now she's wondering what is actually going on. And since something hit the boat, and apparently there's now a commotion, she is going to try and walk out, like, with her musket drawn, just to see if anything is attacking the boat.
Okay.
So does she just like pop out right in front of the door?
Yep.
Or the okay. So you're gonna see the massive head next to her, scream and just shoot at it.
Okay, go ahead and roll to hit.
Immediate like, oh god, there's a monster. Die.
A 22 is going to hit.
Wonderful. Kerbang. For 6 damage.
Okay.
And then she's gonna try and walk away from the door to get out of Torin's way. Just like go to the center of the boat. And that will be Alka's turn.
It's not dead. Computer being weird.
Not a surprising circumstance.
When I saw the X, I was like, that seemed way too easy. What's the catch?
Like,
I'm not a scientist, but
I'm gonna ask like what the hell these things are actually now that I think about it. It's like, what the fuck is that?
oh,
How did they just kind of appeared?
Alex, if you would like to use your free action to give me a nature check to figure out what this creature is.
Turns out I know what that is.
Based off of the amount of heads and the fact that it is waterborne, you believe this is some rather large form of Hydra.
That's a Hydra. It's a Hydra.
Anything else on your
Hydro?
turn?
No, I think that's it for now.
Okay.
Still rather talk about what's going on.
Aurelia.
Okay, I'm next to this head. How do I ping? Wait. Well, the head that I'm next to.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm gonna hit it with a guiding bolt.
All right.
Wait. Oh, there we go. For 14 damage.
All right. It's going to take 14.
And then I kind of want to like look at how many heads there are and stuff and like see like I don't know, just try to figure out what like try to assess the situation, I guess.
What kind of assessment are you trying to get?
Like seeing if any particular person's in a compromising position or something.
No, everybody looks pretty safe right now. There's 5 heads. However, if that's the full number of heads with a Hydra, you can never know.
Okay, I think that's my turn. I don't think I can do anything else.
Alrighty, no bonus action.
The bonus actions I have wouldn't help me. Or wait. Yeah. No.
All right, Theros.
so I can see these Hydra heads, obviously, but I felt something rock the boat, so I'm going to like just do a general look around and see if I can see anything. So I just kind of like go to the edge of the boat. And can I see that here?
Yeah, you can definitely see that. It's like these heads are here. Let me move them so you guys understand a little bit better. Like they are leaning over the edges of the boat.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna see that right there, and I'm gonna be like, "Whoa, that's not good." You know?
Indeed.
And I will take a slap at it with my devotee sensor.
Okie doke.
Does a 16 hit?
Yes. Actually, no. A 16 does not hit. Sorry.
Okay. And as a bonus action, I'm going to do. Where is it?
Oh, I think I rolled my attack wrong, but I know I'll do it right next time.
You're good.
Sorry.
Yeah, I can do this. Spiritual weapon.
Okay.
So I need a 5-foot thing, but I'll get that. But basically, I'm going to summon a spiritual weapon that looks almost exactly like my flail within like 5 feet of the creature, and I get to make one spell attack against the creature
Okay.
after I immediately cast it. That does not hit. That does not hit.
It does not.
And that'll be my turn.
All right, Torin, what do we got?
All right, Torn is going to, since the boat stopped moving as well and the rocking being different, will try and rush out here outside of the door. I have a 20. Let's see, blind sight is not the same as like tremor sense, so I can see this guy. I'm gonna go ahead and is he within reach of us?
Yes.
Or okay. Let's see. He's going to actually. I would know that there was the best.
Ballista?
Oh my god, ballista. There we go. Yeah,
Yes, you
right
would.
there. Right.
Yep.
Coming out, would I be able to like do some kicks up these steps or boxes and up to the top then,
Sure.
and hop up here?
Go ahead and give me an acrobatics.
Yeah.
And that'll eat your free action.
Awesome. That's a 7.
Yeesh. So it seems that one of these boxes was kind of damaged in the storm. As you go to jump up, so like this one right here that I've got you on right now, you like
Okay.
go to bounce off that one and it collapses underneath of you and you like fall like your chest on the rail, and so you just wind up on the stairs. So you'll wind up just having to use movement to get the rest of the way there.
This is just slowly walk over here.
He's like, all right.
Nobody's.
Okay.
I'm just gonna push. I'm gonna.
You didn't see
I'm gonna
it.
see if I can. I didn't see this.
Yeah.
Don't worry,
If I
nobody
can't
saw
see
that,
it-
I swear.
If I can't see it, nobody can see it. If I can't see it, nobody can see it. And I'm just gonna be like, okay, I know this thing is in this direction. Would I be able to line up a shot
Yeah.
within my
Yeah.
blind sense? Okay. I'm also going to. Oh, I forgot what it was called. One sec. It is focus. Focus combatant. So, as my bonus action, I'm going to select the target within range of my blind sight, I will have advantage on attack rolls. I can add my proficiency bonus to the damage rolls, and I can switch that target at the end of focus for bonus action.
Okay.
So with that, I will use the shot and attack him.
All right. You have a +6 to hit, and it does 3d10.
That's not gonna hit. I have advantage. That's not gonna hit.
So, after being winded by having your head just thunk, your chest thunk into that rail, and then you kind of stumble over as you push the ballista around in the haste to kind of try and help that Aarakocra that you see there on the side, on the bottom where you came out the door. You wind up hitting the release mechanism a little bit early as you're swinging it, and the bolt flies wide. The Winter Eladrin elf that you see there starts to pull out another bolt and get it ready for reload.
Apologies. I'll let you shoot it next time.
If they are the ones loading it, that is taking their action, and so yes.
Yeah. But I'm not gonna touch that again. I'm so embarrassed. That will be my turn.
Is it mochi time?
Yes, it is mochi time.
Yippee! Yeah, Mochi is going to go up here. I'm going to bonus action conjure my pseudopod, the sword version of it.
Is that what we're calling that these
And
days?
Yeah. Yeah, Mochi's
Pulling a sword out.
Mochi's like left little arm becomes this large blade as I'm gonna stab this thing, hopefully.
All right.
17 to hit?
That's going to hit.
Thought it was... Alright, so it's this, and then plus another d4. Bunk. That is 10 acid damage.
Ooh. Okay. And that's this one?
Yep.
If you'd like to use your free action to see how effective that is, you're more than welcome to.
Sure. What would that be?
Insight.
Yippee. 14.
It weirdly seems like it isn't too affected by acid.
That's a problem. Oh my damage. Oh my melee damage is acid. Alright. That's the end of my turn.
All right. Torin. That head near you takes a bite. It's 9, 7,
Nope, I only have a 19.
16 to hit.
That misses.
Aurelia, a 12 is going to miss. Torin, that's going to be a nat 1. Sorry, Theros, that's going to be a nat 1. And Mochi, a 12. Is that going to hit?
12?
Yep.
Nope.
Alrighty. Salem. Actually, no. You know what? The head at the front, since it cannot reach anyone, is going to go ahead and use its breath weapon.
Oh.
Let's
These things
see.
can breathe.
That's not right.
Damn, who'd have thunk it?
So I'm gonna need. I will roll for the other three.
Smaller a second ago.
Yeah, I clicked the wrong thing because I thought the map scale was different. So Torin and Aurelia, I need a dexterity saving throw, and I will roll for the 3 NPCs. That'll be a pass, that'll be a pass, and that'll be a pass.
21.
That's going to pass, so you'll take half. That is going to be... That's the wrong die. There we go. Six, 13 acid damage.
Like I take 13 or I take...
You take half of 13.
Okay.
So you take 6.
7.
6. You round down.
Okay.
Yep. Salem, you are up.
Oh, I think. I'm just gonna. I am still in my dream trance, yes?
Sure.
Lovely. I'll move up here if I can,
Okay.
and I'll try to smack this thing with my great axe.
Go ahead and roll to hit.
Breakfast.
An 18 is going to hit.
Will be 16 points of slashing.
Alrighty.
And I don't have a bonus action I want to use right now. So I will pass turn.
Top of the round with Alex.
All right. So, can I make it to like this cannon? Because it says I move 30 feet to get there. I don't know if like the stairs or anything would.
Yeah, no, the stair. No, you're good.
All right, cool. I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna try and
So-
use the cannon.
I will tell you, because you are familiar with cannons, it's something that you can craft. +5 to hit, 5d10, range area of 200 to 800. Anything within 60, unless it is point blank almost. So it's advantage to hit within 20 feet or less. Anywhere from 20 to 60 feet, it's not going to hit.
All right, and that's measuring from the cannon, correct? Or is it measuring
Yes,
from me?
from the cannon.
All right. Then it looks like I should be able to shoot the south one with advantage,
Okay.
and so I will do so. I'll just roll 2d20. Should I have on this side? I do. All right. It's a +5 to hit, so I'm just rolling a hand axe because that's what I have as a +5 to hit.
All right.
So I'll give you a 24.
That is going to hit.
You said 5d10, correct?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. 27.
Or sorry,
bludgeoning
yes,
damage.
ma'am, Alex.
Ah, yes. You
Yeah,
see the crafts.
yes,
They love
yes,
their
yes,
cannons.
Yes. Hey, are you able to add your proficiency bonus to your firearms yet?
No, that would have to give it the deadly property.
Okay.
And-
Because there are some, depending on fighting style and other stuff, where you do get to do that. So
I mean, I get to add a +2. Actually, do I get to? Actually, I think I do get to add a +2 to this ranged attack, maybe. But it doesn't matter because I got a 27.
okay. Say if you are proficient with cannons as one of your Caliburn Guild subclass weapons that you're proficient with, then you would be able to add your bonus to these cannons.
Oh, really? Because I think it. I'll read it again, but I didn't think that was. Because one of the improvements that you can make is deadly, which allows you to do that.
Yes, that was a discussion Rem and I had about Ingrid, I believe, because the akimbo feature allows for some stuff with offhand attacks and other things. So we can talk about it outside of session.
Fair enough. But other than that, that's going to be the end of my turn.
Alrighty. Aurelia.
If I move away from the head that I'm in front of, will I get attacked?
If you move out of its reach range, you will get attacked with an attack of opportunity potentially.
Okay. I'm gonna do a guiding bolt again then.
Okay.
Do disengage.
24 to hit
That will hit.
for 12 damage.
Okay. Anything else?
No, I think that's it. How is the head looking? We kind of knocked him a little bit.
You will know when you see it.
Okay.
You'll know when it's looking rough.
Okay. Cool. Then that's all. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Theros.
Alright, so I'm gonna look behind me. Do you think I would be able to... So what you said with the cannons is it won't be able to fire within 20 feet of them.
Correct. Also, because that cannon directly in front of you has been fired this round by Alex, it will not be usable until the next round.
Oh, so I can't just load in another one?
You can load it, however, that will take your action, which means you will not have an action to fire it. Yeah,
I'm okay with that. I'd probably also get...
I say the NPCs that are near these weapons, unless they are killed, are currently using their actions to reload any weapons that you guys utilize.
Oh, okay. So I'll say, get that cannon reloaded, quickly! And I'll just take another swing on the Hydra head with another... And I'll just... I have to say it beforehand, but I'm going to use a left point on this.
Okay.
Dang, that just is unfortunate. 15?
A 15 is not going to hit.
And I'll take an attack with... weapon. Oh my gosh. 18.
That's going to hit.
Alright. So...
What form does your spiritual weapon take?
It just takes the form of the flail I'm holding in my hand, so it's essentially a floating version of my flail, but just...
So
like,
this
it has...
flail, instead of just like being a floating weapon, this flail is actually spinning itself like it's a tiny little attack helicopter.
Exactly.
And then it just moves itself towards the head, and you just see dap, 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 and then it pulls back as it deals its damage to it.
That's 12 force damage. Right?
Yep. Anything else on your turn?
And that's my turn.
All right, Torin.
Did this thing get reloaded?
Yes, the Eladrin did indeed reload it.
I'll square it up again here. Let me adjust it and fire. God damn it.
As it fires, you see it glance off the harder scales towards the edges of the skull of the Hydra head, and it just kind of hisses at you.
This is... Oh god, it's going to attack me next. I'm going to use my bonus action to shift on a... what the heck is it called? It is Veil of Dusk.
Okay.
And it gives me 180 AC.
Alrighty. Anything else?
That will be my turn, because movement would be silly.
Mochi.
Cool. This thing counters me pretty hard. Luckily, I have things. I'm gonna change my normal whip into the great axe I ate. So it's just gonna do not a less to hit, but still. I love consuming weapons. That's a 26 to hit. This will just be 15 slashing. Let's see. I don't have anything else, unfortunately. So that'll be the end of my turn.
All right, so as Mochi switches from this tiny dagger-like sword at the tip of his hand into a large battle axe and swings it, slashing across the face of this Hydra head. It gets slashed across the eye, rears back, looks down at you with hatred.
Uh-oh.
Does a 24 hit?
Yeah, that hits.
I need you to make me a grapple check.
Oh, I have advantage on those.
You take 4 piercing and 2 acid damage. And you are able to keep yourself from being grappled as this head tries to make a bite attack at you.
So that would only be 5. You hit 4 piercing, 2 acid.
Yes. Theros. Does a 25 hit?
25 does hit.
Go ahead, and you are going to take 6 piercing and 2 acid damage, and go ahead and make me a grapple check, either athletics or acrobatics.
Was that at Tauros? I'm sorry, I just got.
Oh my gosh, I didn't say before.
Oh, Theros. My bad.
You are grappled by the Hydra. You are picked up and in its mouth currently.
He's eating them.
That's
Oh
not
my
good.
god.
Torin does a 13 hit.
No.
Nope. Salem, 24.
That hit.
Athletics or acrobatics, please. As you take 1 piercing and 2 acid damage.
Okay. I can't reduce 1, so it'll just be the 3. And then I'm in my green trance.
You too are grappled.
Lovely.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
Not the big woman.
Let's see if the top head gets it. It does not. Salem. You are allowed to use your action to contest the grapple to try and get out.
Yeah, I think I'll do that so I don't get eaten by this thing. Another athletic.
DC 18.
Truly the duality there.
Roll damage.
Full damage.
Yep. For your axe.
Great act.
Yep. So as Salem is picked up in the mouth of this beast, Salem looks down at it, takes her axe, and just slams it into its forehead. It releases its jaws, and Salem drops back to the deck.
Bad donkey. That's what these things are, right? Donkeys?
No, Torin, no. That.
Bizarre description of donkey.
Sea dogs, we call them.
Thought that was like fucking seals or some shit.
There are also seals. There's a lot of dogs.
Aurelia, do you see what I was talking about now?
See you. What?
With the how if it's looking rough.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Salem. Any bonus action, free action, or movement?
Don't think so at the moment. I think she would see that Mochi is being. The other two, Mochi and Theros, are being eaten, but can't really do anything.
Mochi's not being eaten.
Oh, Mochi passed? I just heard that Mochi was being eaten. Or he was was almost eaten, I should say. Yeah. I'm gonna stay here to try to deal with this one end turn.
Okay. Top of initiative order with Alex.
Go gadget, big gun.
All right.
And so yeah, I do. If this thing does count as a firearm, then yes, I get a +2 to hit.
It does indeed. You are proficient with cannons. I believe that is one of the weapons I told you could craft.
Indeed, it is. So kabang.
While this may not have the same damage and stats as the cannons you can craft, it is essentially the same, just larger, and so I will allow you to add your damage modifier. However, 13 is not going to hit.
Be a 15 because I didn't add the 2 yet.
So yours will only be to damage with this because it's the ship's cannon.
Okay, so it'll only be to damage, not to hit like it normally is.
Yes,
Okay.
with these, because it's not your weapon, I'm going to rule it as only being to damage, not to hit.
Well, the bullseye feature is basically the archery feature, except specifically for firearms. So it doesn't give plus the damage, just to hit.
Okay, then I'd give it the damage. With a 15, however, that's still not going to hit.
Phooey.
Anything else?
Double checking one of the features. Is it action or bonus action? It is.
I am assuming, Theros, that is to see if your spiritual weapon disappears.
Action, never mind. So
And it does.
that will, in fact, be. Actually, you know what? Can I use inspiration on that? Or since it was already with advantage, I don't get to. I don't remember those rules.
Yeah, because it was already with it, you will not. However, your inspiration counts as a point of inspiration, so if you want to save it to stack with other stuff, you can.
Fair enough. I was just hoping that maybe I could shoot it, but not this time. So I shall end my turn.
All right, Aurelia.
How far away is the Hydra with Theros? In terms of like feet.
So if you hit ruler and then you click yourself, it'll drag out. It is 7. Well, the edge of it is about 60, 65 feet away. It's hovering right on the edge of 60. So we'll call it 60.
Okay. So I'm going to cast Guiding Bolt on the Hydra head in front of me.
Okay.
22 to hit.
That will hit.
And 15 damage.
Alrighty. As you blast it in the face with a bolt of pure starlight, it reels back and it is looking very unhappy and very hurt right now. Do you have anything else you would like to do with your turn?
Yeah, I want to... Can I safely go here?
Yeah, you stay within its range, so you're able to move that way.
Okay, and then I'm going to... I'm going to cast Starry Form on myself,
Okay.
and that's the end of my turn.
Which form are you going with?
Archer.
Okay. Theros,
Also me.
go ahead and roll either athletics or acrobatics.
I feel like this is pretty important, so I'm going to use luck point on this. The only last luck point, but
That is not
a
going
16
to...
do
It is
it?
a DC 18 to escape the grapple.
and that's an action, right?
Yes, it is. Well, that is your free action to escape the grapple. You can still use your action and bonus action. However, if you attack anything that is not the creature grappling you, you will have disadvantage.
Gotcha. So I'm gonna try and cast Sanctuary on myself. Could I do that?
Sure. Go ahead and
That's a
link.
bonus action.
Go ahead and link Sanctuary in the chat. Okay, you can go ahead and cast it on yourself.
All right. Since I still have an action, I'll just try and smack it with my weapon. I think how do the new grapple rules?
No, because it's the creature that's grappling you, it's flat. If you had tried to attack something else in range that was not grappling you, it would be a disadvantage.
Ooh, does a 21 hit?
Yes, it does.
The spell will stop. The sanctuary spell will stop if you attack roll.
I didn't think of that, so I'm gonna punishment. So you know what? I didn't think of it.
Okay.
and it also does an extra D8 of radiant, so I'm just gonna roll that because it doesn't roll it.
Alrighty. Anything else on your turn?
That's my turn.
Torin,
I believe that up.
the ballista has been reloaded.
Why are y'all letting the blind bear shoot at this thing? I can shoot again.
To be fair, both the ballista and the creature are within your blind sense, so that's gonna hit.
Finally, and it was 3d10.
3d10.
Okay. Oh, rolled from a 9 to a 6. God,
Oof.
I had a 1 on it. You know what?
All right. Anything else?
Bonus action this time. I'm going to shake my staff at it.
Okay. And what is the intent behind shaking your staff at it?
I'm gonna shoot you again next time.
All right. Mochi.
Let's see if I can murder this thing. Booming Blade doesn't do anything, so we're just gonna hit it again with Big Axe. 20 to hit.
That's gonna hit.
Yay! 17.
All right.
How's this head looking?
You can give me an insight if you like. It's pissed.
14.
It's pissed off, but it's still raring to fight.
Okay. Well, it'll be the end of my turn. I'm just gonna stare at it.
All right. As it is the Hydra's turn. Theros. You disappear as you are swallowed by the Hydra. Mochi. 24 to hit.
Yeah.
You take 5 piercing and 3 acid damage. Go ahead and give me that dexterity, grapple check. Sorry, either acrobatics or athletics.
Don't want to be eaten. 19.
Okay, that'll pass. Torin. Natural 20 to hit.
Bring it on.
That's going to be 4 piercing and 8 acid damage. Go ahead and give me a grapple check at disadvantage. A 17 is going to be just shy as you are picked up in the mouth.
I'm going to use the new Tactical Mind. When I fail an ability check, I can use the use of my second wind. Instead of regaining HP, I roll a d10 and add it to the ability check.
That's going to succeed.
Okay.
All right.
You shall not pick up the bear in your mouth.
Salem, a 12 is not going to hit. We're going to roll to see if the Hydra head at the front regains its breath weapon. It is not going to. It is going to use a legendary action at this point to see if it can. Okay, and it will. You guys feel multiple slams into the bottom of the ship as if claws are digging into it. And the hull takes 10, 16, 17, 21 points of damage. Salem.
Okay. Were we informed that this is a Hydra?
I think I called it a Hydra.
Okay.
A hydra,
cool.
a hydra in the water. A hydra.
Exactly.
Very
Yeah.
hydrated Hydra.
Would Salem know anything in particular to generally do with Hydra?
Go ahead and roll me a history check.
Okay.
So you would know that hydras are creatures with multiple heads. Depending on the type of hydra, sometimes when you cut their heads off, if you do not cauterize the ends, additional heads grow back. However, you're unsure of what kind of hydra this is.
Does anyone know what kind of Hydra this is to know if we need to cauterize it or it doesn't grow heads, more heads?
Did my
It did not reveal that information.
I can see it's a Hydra and it's in the water.
Well, if someone can figure that out, awesome. She's gonna swing at the one in front of her. And reckless, why not? Or 16?
16 is not going to hit.
Okay. That's unfortunate. Nice turn.
Alrighty. Top of the initiative order with Alex.
So to try and determine
sorry.
what
I forgot, real quick. Mochi, Aurelia, Salem. So yeah, everybody except for Torin, go ahead and give me perception checks.
Oh, 20. Yippee.
Okay, so Mochi and Alex are the only ones that notice, but off in the distance, in the bottom right direction, so we'll say we're not going to pretend that there's any real direction to be giving here nautically. You see a shadow out in the storm growing, coming your way.
Guys, it looks like something big's heading from direction in nautical terms.
That away.
Yeah.
does it look vaguely boat shaped by any chance?
Mochi, with your nat 20, I will say that it does indeed look vaguely boat shaped.
It kind of looks like a boat.
What?
It's like boat shape. It's boat shaped.
Okay.
All right, top of initiative order, Alex.
So is there what kind of check would I even be able to make, like, to try and determine what kind of Hydra this is?
You can go ahead and give me a nature check.
Go nature.
It's going to
Some
be
goodies.
it's going to be a higher DC than what you got before to be able to. Yep, you are.
Oh, that one.
You do not have much personal experience with Hydra.
Yeah. Got plenty of personal experience with the cannon though. Go Gadget cannon.
All right.
The roll. And it still gets the +2 because I just haven't bothered trying to put that in manually.
17 is going to meet the armor class.
Well, hey, now we know. That's one too many. So from 5d10, I will give you 39 damage.
As this cannonball slams directly into the throat of this creature, you see Theros get spat out into the air. Theros, give me a dexterity saving throw. As the head retreats back into the water.
$11.
You hit the deck hard and take 8 points of bludgeoning damage. Anything else, Alex?
I'm gonna shout to Theros, sorry and you're welcome, and then run to the other side.
All right.
I'm gonna prepare to use this gun, but I'm not using it yet because it's not my turn. And by that I mean my turn's over.
Aurelia.
Okay, sorry. I'm going to hit the one in front of me again with one more guiding bolt. 24 to hit
That's going to hit.
for 14 damage.
Go ahead and describe to me how you decimate the head of this monster.
I want to throw it in its mouth. And I can talk to sea creatures, so I want to say something like, you fucked with the wrong boat or something.
So, as it roars at you, you cast this bolt of pure starlight directly down its gullet. And you see this weird, like, bulging, and then pop! As its neck explodes and the head falls off and the stump of the neck retreats underwater.
Yeah. Take that. Whatever. And then, I'm doing some measuring here. I will... I'm going to shoot the head that's by Torin with my luminous arrow. Does a 14 hit?
No, it does not.
Shit. Also, how long is 10 minutes?
A lot.
Okay.
100
so,
rounds.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 100 rounds.
Oh my god, we're so fast. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, can I make a nature check to figure out like what do we got here?
Sure.
Okay.
Hmm.
12. That's not gonna do it.
It is not. So there are a lot of different hydras out in the seas. You're having some trouble trying to identify based off of its markings what kind of hydra exactly this could be.
Okay. That's my turn then.
Theros.
Alright, so just being spat out from...
You are prone, so it will take half your movement to stand up.
I will stand up and be like, oh, gosh, I thought I was dead for sure. And just start limping. And then try getting into pace as I go back up to where I was. I think I can make it here. Yeah. So on these stairs, is there like elevation where I can see this monster here, or is that a no?
Oh, you can definitely see the head there.
Okay. So I'm just going to... I'm going to cast a guiding bolt at it.
Okay.
My god.
A 10 is not
That
going
missed.
to hit.
I'll be like, fuck you Hydra. And then just miss as it flies off into the distance.
Alrighty. Anything else?
That's... my turn. That's my turn.
Ooh, Torin.
Alright. We're gonna go ahead and shoot this thing again. Let's go. Motherfucker. Missing again. I'm going to action surge, so that way I'm going to draw out my scimitar and attack him.
Okay. Oh.
With 26 to hit.
That is going to hit.
Alright, that's going to deal wonderfully awesome amount of damage. Then I'm going to use the feat, the mastery, to attack with the short sword. It's the same action.
That'll hit.
25 with that one to hit. Okay, hold on. Sorry. That is going to deal d6 plus. That should be plus 5. I don't know why. It's plus 4.
Okay.
No, plus 4. I guess. That's 9 damage.
Nice. Nice.
And then, as a bonus action, I'm going to use Second Wind.
Okay.
Heal 7. Still a little hurt over here, guys.
Anything else?
Can't hit the broadside of a bond. Yeah, that's about it, man. I got a lot
All
that
right.
turn. I don't know what to talk about anything else.
Hey, just making sure. Mochi.
No.
Alright. I'm going to use Witch Bolt. I'm gonna attempt to, at least. 20 to hit.
That'll hit.
Yippee. Not bad. That's 20 lightning damage, and now there is a little, like, lightning, beam connecting to this, Hydra head. Alex, you might want to deal with the head at the very top of the ship. I don't know if anyone's touched it. And that'll be the end of my turn.
It's going to be a 22 on Mochi.
Yeah.
1 point each of piercing and acid damage. Go ahead and give me the grapple check. Torin, a 10 is not going to hit.
Grapple check. 18.
That's going to meet it, so you are not grappled, and the breath weapon does not recharge.
And, my lightning stays up.
The ship is not going to take any damage. Salem.
Okay. How tall is that there?
About 10 feet.
10 feet? Okay. Do you think it would be particularly hard for me to just climb on that?
No.
Lovely. Because I would like to do that while going towards the head at the top of the ship. Would that take additional movement, do you think?
How tall is Sam again?
Salem is 7'6".
Yeah, yeah.
I would say it's going to take the 10 feet of your movement to get up, and then whatever you have left to go forward.
10 feet to go up, so 5, 10. Okay. So that would get me to. Give me 5, 10. Got 25 feet left. Which can get me to here. Action. I guess I'll bonus action sustain rate my dream trance and then ready my action for it comes at me to try to like bite me or something.
Okay.
And pass turn.
Alex.
All right, I'm just gonna shoot the Hydra head that Mochi's fighting with a cannon. Just quickly measure range to make sure. All right, still within 20 feet. I can choose that. Aha. For a 23 to hit.
That's going to hit.
Yep. For pew. For 14 damage.
Alrighty.
Pulls a glancing blow, I suppose.
It is, as it takes a cannon shot to the face, it rears back and roars, and it is looking rough.
Oh, get it, Mochi! And I'll be into my turn.
All right, Aurelia. Their two heads are down. Torin's looking rough. Salem seems to be advancing towards the one that hasn't been touched yet, and Alex and Mochi seem to have the one at the bottom taken care of. What are we gonna do?
I'm going to try and shoot the Hydra head by Torin again with my arrow, my luminous arrow. At 10. Frick.
A
Okay,
10
I'm
is
not gonna-
not going to hit.
Okay, and then I'm going to walk up to behind Torin and let him know that I'm there, so I don't scare him. And then I'm going to use Healing Word on him. For 12 healing.
Oh, thank you.
I got
Much
you.
better.
Okay.
And that's the end of my turn.
Alrighty. Theros.
Alright, so I'm going to walk down and see Mochi there and be like, doing alright there, lad. I'm asking Mochi.
Huh?
Mochi says, huh?
I say, you're doing alright there.
Yeah. I'm fine.
In other words, do you need healing?
I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Alright, you can have some then. And he'll do a first level cure wounds on him.
Yippee.
That's 12 healing.
That's fine.
Alright. Anything else, Theros?
Um, no, that's it.
Torin.
All right, here. Let's get this right now. I'm attacking with the damn ballista again.
Alrighty. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing with you.
Yes. Oh yeah, totally. Yes. Yes.
Fucking hell.
I am laughing.
Someone besides the blind bear shoot this ballista.
Is there anybody who can take this ballista off my hands? I'm too much better with these fucking swords.
Maybe the person right behind you.
Oh.
Yes, Aurelius. After healing me up, you can get the next shot. Bonus action. Cry again. No, I will.
Bonus action to cry.
Yeah.
You can free.
Hey, is it?
Free action.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you'd like, you can free action to cry.
Actually, is there a spot I could? It doesn't matter. I get advantage anyway. I'll be done. I'm not gonna fail and have them hit Aurelius.
Okay, Mochi.
All right. First thing, bonus action, activate the Witch Bolt, which does a D12, 12 lightning to this.
Mochi.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and tell me how it happens.
Mochi, after getting this rejuvenating healing, sort of starts to produce a bunch of electricity that then goes right through the tether to this and just electrifies it.
You see
Back.
the eyeballs of this Hydra smolder and then just pop and ooze run down its face, and then the head kind of spins in the air as it's sucked back underwater.
Torrin!
I bet that looks so cool. I bet that looks so fucking cool.
Torrin, do you want help, or should I help with the other one?
Get the other one. I got this fucker.
Cool.
Yeah, you got it.
See, look at these eye patches.
Okay, Mochi's gonna climb up on this deck in order to get a vantage point. I'm gonna use an Eldritch Blast on the one all the way over there.
They call me Patchy the Patchy Patch.
17 to hit.
That is going to meet the AC.
Yippee. 2 force. Let's see. Movement.
Torin,
10.
go ahead and roll me a perception check.
21.
It's not just you. Apparently Mochi struggles with this head as well.
Oh, I thought he was shooting the front one.
I was going for the very.
Oh, my
front
bad.
one.
My bad. My bad. My bad. My bad.
If you want it to be that one, that's fine.
All right. Anyways, let's see. Salem. A 13 is not gonna hit. You can use your held action to swing at it.
Lovely.
Torin, a 18
Gonna miss.
is gonna miss.
You can see it coming.
That
I just
one's
can't
gonna
hit it with the
miss.
damn thing.
That is going to miss. As
Yeah.
you fall deeper into your dream trance, you actually feel yourself start to fall asleep for real a little bit. And you kind of nod forward, and your axe swings just under its jaw.
Lovely.
However, it is your turn. Actually, sorry. We're going to see if the breath weapon does not recharge. Ooh, the ship is going to take some damage.
How's the ship
6 new
looking?
heads.
Oh, the ship's looking Gucci. It's been rolling really poorly on its legendary action to damage the ship. 5, 10, 17. All right, you're up, Salem.
Awesome. I'm gonna just move up to it a bit more, and I'm gonna recklessly swing at this thing. 15 isn't gonna hit, huh?
No, it is not.
I'm doing spectacular.
Sound like you're beating the shit out of it too, Salem. We got this.
Sure, you could say that. Pass turn.
All right, top of the round. Go ahead and give me another perception check. This time it's only going to be Mochi, Alex, and Theros.
Watch this.
Watch this.
That's right. Look at that number. So great.
Yeah, it's such a good number. Sexy number.
That's actually pretty good.
Mochi,
Yes.
perception.
Oh, sorry. I brain words. I don't see.
Mochi is too focused on getting over to those other heads. Alex, you can see that ship shape that's out there is getting closer. Theros with a 24. You are able to see the Jolly Roger. It is flying. And you know from personal experience that help is on its way.
Is a Jolly Roger a flag?
Yes.
I thought it was a captain. Damn it. Okay. Oh, I lived on a ship all my life. I don't know. Okay.
For the
God,
chat,
help.
His name is Jolly.
for the chat, you the stream, you guys can take a peek at the flag real quick.
Or it's not his turn yet, so he wouldn't say that. I
Uh,
think.
So Theros, I will give you a free action to shout out what you're seeing.
So I'll say what I said. Lads, help is on its way.
So Bells is going to look over and see the Jolly Roger. And with his roll, he is also going to notice what it is, and he is going to start laughing hysterically. Well, it seems that this little soiree here at sea is about to end. And you might just get what you're looking for, Miss Salem. Top of the round with Alex.
Alex is gonna be like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I'm just gonna go shoot the thing with the cannon. Swing on to the other side. Turn this cannon, and then try to shoot that one.
All right.
With the +7 to hit from using cannon. It is no
So
longer within 20 feet.
that means because it's between, is it further out than 60?
No, I think that means it's at disadvantage, right?
That means it will not hit. That cannon will not hit that Hydra head. It's in the dead space of the cannon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the cannon has so much force that something that is further out than 20 feet, but within, if it's in that sweet spot of 20 to 60 feet, the amount of force it has, it's just going to arc directly over top of it.
Okay. Was there any... Unless I misheard you, I think you said there were like 6 cannons total?
There are. So the other ones, it's a little hard to see, but down there where the Grung and the Genasi are, are rear-facing cannons.
Alright, so you see the. Oh, are you counting the 2 ballistas cannons? Because I only see 4 actual cannons.
Sorry. There's 6 total. You are correct. It's 4 cannons,
Okay.
2 ballista. That's my bad.
Alright, that's fine. And that's the case, then I shall just run down, get to about here, back to the stairwell where it all began, and I'm just gonna try to shoot it with my musket.
Okay.
Or, no, yeah, I'll just shoot with my musket. Kerbang. 17.
That's
I
gonna
believe does
meet.
hit.
So it'll do half.
For a total of
So it'll take
6.
3.
Do-do-do.
So for anybody joining us that has not seen our Eldritch Adventures, the way that meeting armor class works, it is considered a glancing blow, which means it will hit. However, it will not do full damage. It will wind up doing half.
And that will be the end of my turn.
Aurelia.
So, Torin has been trying to shoot the monster with the harpoon
Yes, he has.
ballista. Okay, so I'm gonna look at him, and I'm gonna say, "Oh, it's because your finger's not on the trigger." So I'm gonna move his hand, and then I'm gonna pat him on the back, and I'm not gonna tell him, but with the contact, I'm gonna put guidance on him. So I'm gonna say, "Okay." Now, but this time it should be better.
Oh. Okay, so
Entire time.
with that being the case, instead of Torin rolling the guidance, when Torin rolls his attack, I am going to have Aurelia roll the guidance for Torin.
Awesome. Okay.
All right.
And then I'm gonna try again to shoot him with my freaking arrow.
That is not standard. However, because of the situation we are in, I'm gonna rule it that way. That is gonna hit.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay. 9 damage to the Hydra in front of us.
All right.
Aurelia's over here
And,
like, come on, Grandpa.
Come on,
Come on,
Grandpa. Jesus, I'm not that old.
And that's the end of my turn.
Theros.
All right. I'm gonna start making my way downtown. Trying to measure something, so just give me a I'm just going to do a bless on me, Torin, and Aurelia.
Okay.
What does that do?
And that just kind of happens. So,
Go ahead and send the link in the chat so they can read it. Is there anything else that you're gonna do?
no.
All right, Torin.
Okay. Feeling a surge of power from my friends, I'm going to take the harpoon gun and re-aim it at the scary Hydra head and attack again. So I get this.
So
Which
you
already
got
has
this,
the
Todd.
bless added to it, and then
Go ahead
I
and
get the
roll.
guidance.
Go ahead and roll your guidance. That is going to.
Meets it,
That's
beats it.
that is gonna meet it.
well,
You
not
go ahead and roll your damage.
glancing
You
blow.
misread the dice, Torin.
Roll me a D100, Torin. You're looking for high.
Nope.
That's
That's my second 4 on a D100 test today.
So we've learned Torin can't use ballista anymore. He is officially banned.
No blind bears allowed.
So,
What do you mean you don't want me shooting a fucking long range weapon?
so
I'm the best person for this.
I'm gonna say this. So I said you're looking for high. However, that's because I didn't expect to roll that low. It was a within 5 either way. As Torin pulls on this ballista, the bolt lodges directly in the eye of this Hydra, blinding it. The head
Hey, now you have a friend.
sinks back into the water. The final head is going to see if it can... And on a 6, it is going to. I'm going to need Salem, Torin, Aurelia, and the NPCs to roll dexterity saving throws.
15%.
Make sure you add your D4.
Yep.
Oof, Aurelia's going to fail. Salem's going to pass.
I do a 10 with my blaze. Does that still fail?
Yeah, it does.
Beats.
Damn, I don't have another tactical mind to use.
You guys are going to take 6, 10, 15 points of acid damage. Salem, you're going to take half, and this head is going to retreat under the water.
How many? You said
Wow.
16?
15. Mochi, what do you got?
There's no more things for me to do. I don't know. I'm gonna try to go look at where the ship is coming from, trying to get like a intentions from it, I guess.
Insight check a boat.
Or maybe he recognizes the flag. I don't know.
Yeah, one of the crew recognized the flag as something of their own. I don't need to worry about them.
Okay.
You do what you want, my friend.
I don't really have anything to do. I'm just gonna end my turn.
Alrighty. As it is the Hydra's turn, you see it surge up out of the water. It's going to make
Found the Hydra.
it is going to make an attack on the ship. That's going to be double nat ones. Salem.
Do I have the movement to get down?
Salem, give me a perception check, Salem.
Perception check.
With a
Well-
12, the ship is close enough. You see the Jolly Roger, and better yet, you see the name painted on the side of the boat. You also see a second flag beneath the Jolly Roger, denoting it as a ship of the Expeditionary Forces. As this ship barrels towards the Hydra, you start to hear a laugh.
Oh. Oh.
The lightning
see.
thief has come to the aid of the trouble and slams into the side of the Hydra. Its 4 cannons blasting and the Hydra retreats into the ocean.
Where do these pirates keep getting cannons from? That black powder was rare.
It was really cool.
I mean, they're
Maybe rare
pirates.
from where we're from.
Well, from what I remember,
Speaking of
gunpowder only came from like one place.
The ship
The one-
pulls up to the side of the trouble, and you see a man swing aboard.
What's he look like?
I'm sending the photo now. If I can remember where I saved it.
I know what Torrance sees. It's okay.
Probably your
That's
computer.
always the issue.
Yeah.
I know
Yeah,
what
Torrent-
Torrent sees. I love
Torrent,
that.
this is the image that you see.
Did I not save this one in this file? Apparently I didn't. I think I saved it on my phone. I will send it in the chat real quick so that way I can pull it up on the computer for everyone.
I love not being able to find things. It's so fun.
Yeah.
He's beautiful.
Huh? This
He
I feel
hits
like I've seen this man before.
He hits the deck with a parrot fluttering after him. The parrot goes, "Ah! Fucking landlubbers!"
Mochi feels like I know this man.
And he gives Bells a massive hug. The two of them laughing hysterically. Bells looks at Salem and goes, "Well, Miss Salem, it seems you found your laughing captain."
Oh.
Sorry,
I
I'm
get it.
still just comprehending.
The man
Not
takes a deep bow and introduces himself as Captain Sinbad of the Lightning Thief.
It's an interesting name.
I know him.
The
Congratulations.
the parrot squawks and lands on Torin's shoulder. Right? Landlubber!
Hello?
Landlubber!
Yes.
Bells looks at Sinbad and goes, "I do believe that you can take us through the storm the rest of the way, the easy way, my friend." Sinbad laughs, shouts back to his ship, "Noose! Open the way!" You see two grung up on the top masts as the parrot takes off from Torin's shoulder and lands on the shoulder of a small green grung that is flipping his way through the ropes and giving direction to a blue one that claps its hands, and you see the sky above you, the clouds part. The storm still rages in a circle around the two ships, but moonlight streams down as clear skies and calm waters are on the two ships, and they proceed forward.
My goat.
I've missed him bad so much.
The
I'm kind of speechless right now.
the little blue one I do not have the picture for the green one though.
My son.
Co, I believe you know. I believe you know who it is though.
I don't have it anymore.
Boy.
I could go pull it from it being pinned as a character in another one. I just did not have time to today. I did, however, remember he was green and had a parrot.
Yeah, no. Everything else was right. I just didn't have a picture of him.
As you guys sail smoothly onwards, what do you do?
I'm going to go take a nap.
That's fair.
I never thought I'd get to see my boy again.
Dang,
The parrot's a bit of an asshole.
Landlubber!
I take off the spoon after the boot.
Salem would definitely go try to talk to Captain Sinbad, though, as she was supposed to find him, you know?
Well, seeing as Sinbad not only knows the way to Genba and has provided the means to sail through the storms outside of Genba that are cloaking it the easy way with the help of Noose, go ahead and I will allow you, as you know his personality and how he would interact, to do the RP honors yourself.
RP with yourself, buddy.
You want me to talk to myself?
If you'd like to, you can go right ahead. Or if anyone else is going to interact with Sinbad.
Mochi was gonna go up too.
It would be an honor to be Sinbad once again.
I want to interact with the frog.
The frogs are on the other boat. However, if you guys would like to give me acrobatics checks to get across to the other ship and meet with the crew of the Lightning Thief, you are more than welcome to.
That just sounds like a terrible idea.
I believe the blind bear is not going to try and swing out a rope to the other boat.
I
But
just
fucking hit the
So,
Hydra, I
for-
don't think this is good.
For continuity's sake, I am going to just give everyone the heads up that these are not the same characters. These are alternate reality versions of these characters that still hold the same personalities. However, they are not who they were. They are not doing what they were doing. They are now part of the expeditionary forces on the crew of the Lightning Thief as one of the adventuring groups or parties, so to speak. And they report directly to Captain Bells as their guildmaster. The owners of the original characters, if they would like to, after the session, can message me or we can talk in chat if you guys are still around about what these current iterations of your beloved heroes are doing, what their ranks are, and things like that.
I would love to do that.
All right.
That's
Tyr is also excited for anyone watching the stream. He bounced up and showed himself real quick.
Oh,
yeah.
my boy.
So, you guys have a bit of downtime as the ships are making their way through the storms to Genba.
Oh, it's been so long, I actually forget Gnu's personality. Oh gosh.
Do we
You
get
just
health
kind of-
back?
that's-
Or anything?
Yes, you guys will be taking a long rest.
Okay, I'm on the brink.
Ooh, I sure could use that right about now.
No.
Yeah, Salem is gonna go up to Sinbad and she's like, hi, I was told that I was supposed to find you, that you could take me to some what information do I have about the tower again, Doc?
Just that there is
just-
a tower in
There
the
is a
there's,
tower.
There's a tower that he's supposed to be able to help you find.
The existential tower.
Cool. Hi, Captain Sinbad. It's a pleasure to meet you. I was told by my goddess that I should find you, and you could take me to a tower.
Sinbad knows of the tower. That if it is a ship's captain that you're seeking to be able to find a tower, then it could only mean one thing.
I see. I mean, like, yeah, came to the right person for sure. Yeah, there's only one place that I can think of that you want to go. I could help you out. Salem, you said? What? You said your goddess. Who? Oh, eyes closed. Ah, Mamu. Mamite. I see.
Momite.
Isn't that what you had said to
It is. It is. It's just so funny to hear it said.
What? Okay, I think Rem understands what the tower would be. I don't know what it's called, but I think I see.
The Knowledge Keeper's Spire.
Mm-hmm. How? Sinbad would know roughly how far.
Indeed.
no?
So, just to give a view to the stream as well, I'm going to log in real quick and
Mm-hmm.
so
Once I heard of the tower.
the group of you are currently sailing. You, based off of the direction you were heading, you all kind of took the opposite direction you were looking for in order to find Genba, because Bells was unsure what exactly you were looking for. He just knew Laughing Captain and Genba was all you had shared with him. And so you are currently somewhere off the coast of Yevish, southwest of Wavebreak.
Oh, wow.
So probably out by the grand ruins of Bindur off the coast there. So you aren't even in the waters off the coast of the Tribelands anymore. You're in the waters off the coast of the Clanksprocket Technocracy. Somewhere between Bindur and Yimbala. Like, probably if you made a triangle between Bithveger on the map, the world tree, the ruins of Bindur, and Yimbala, you'd probably be right in the middle of that triangle.
Oh, I see. I see. Is the World Tree like an actual physical location?
Yes, there
On the
is
map?
a huge,
Okay.
massive tree. It is just to the point where, with the storms and everything else going on, you guys would not be able to see it based off of distance. However, the storms are starting to clear. You see storms behind you. You see off in the distance storms in front of you and storms on either side. You're almost in the eye of a hurricane. And in the center of this eye is a massive turtle leisurely swimming with a large shanty town on its back, and the docks of the town come off of the sides of the shell and kind of like go underwater. It almost seems like there's been stuff built circumferentially around the shell of this turtle, both top, bottom, and sides. However, they've made sure to not inhibit the movement of its legs or tail.
Is that Genba?
Mm,
That is Genba.
Genba, hello.
Genba.
based off of the direction Genba is going currently, would and Sinbad's knowledge of this, would he know like, if Genba would potentially be going in the direction that Salem and friends are hoping to go?
Genba's course is currently heading southwest.
Southwest. Okay. And you said it was we're in the middle of a triangle between World Tree, the ruins, and the
Well,
knowledge
west,
tower.
so west-southwest. It's almost following the coast of Yevish out to more open water, where it could potentially either it could either turn more southerly and head towards Suderfroster, or it could head more westernly and head towards Noe.
Okay. I mean, we know where you guys need to go. We are we are at Genba, which could be bringing us in you guys in like the general direction you need. If need be, we can always depart, but it can't hurt to restock ships and stuff, make sure any damage is repaired, and rest up before heading out.
Okay. So it takes you guys a little bit while longer because you are traveling same direction. Genba does travel fairly quickly, and so it does take some time to continue to gain ground. Eventually, however, you are able to make it to the absolutely massive turtle. The lightning thief and the trouble dock on its docks. Not throwing anchor, mind you, because they still need to be able to float freely with the turtle as it moves. And so they are tied off on the docks. They're secured, yet still able to travel. A good portion of the crew remains behind to ensure nothing happens accidentally, as this type of docking is less secure than docks at stationary ports. As you get off the ship, so I'm going to say that Blue Snooze, Sinbad, as well as a few other members of the Lightning Thief, disembark here. Your guys' adventuring group, Captain Bells, and Fishbones, the cat, which Grim has missed. I've named a cat Fishbones. It's fine. Disembark from the ship, and as they do, you see a frantic goblin come running down the docks towards the group of you. Captain Bells, Captain Sinbad. It's great you're here. There's some problems at the docks on the other side. It seems that there's some slaver pirates that have found their way to Genba, and they're causing a ruckus over there. They had a storm wizard with them that was able to guide them here, who'd been part of a crew of another boat. But I don't know what to do. And the council, most of them are out and about, and the two of yous are the only ones that are here right now.
I mean, Sinbad looks at Bells. Looks like we've got a issue to deal with. Kind of cracks his knuckles.
Bells is gonna pull out a cigar, take and
I
light
thought you were
it.
gonna say a flintlock.
Take and light it. Offer another one to Sinbad. He's gonna take a deep drag. Well, they prove themselves against the Hydra. I believe that the crew here could go ahead and figure this out while we go look at some maps and charts and make sure that nothing else is amiss on the old haven, while they go figure out what exactly is happening on the ports on the other side. And I believe with the specific type of people that we're dealing with here, he looks at Aurelia and goes, this is your chance. Stick it to them. You know we don't tolerate their lot here. You've got personal stake in this, so...
Yes, Captain.
I trust you'll make sure it's handled. Him, Sinbad, the Grungs, and the kitty head off towards the main portion of Black Shell Haven. And the group is left to its own devices.
Do we know like the laws here? Can we just shoot them?
I think Salem's just looking after them, just like, wait, do we have the authority to do anything? I mean, I
That's
guess
a-
you're telling us to.
I mean,
So
this is pirates, so I don't really think laws apply.
that
half
is
the
also
time.
a fair point.
Yeah.
I think
Do we want to
where
just go shoot them?
I mean, we're technically the law.
I don't think we're the law.
Theros,
Yeah.
so Theros and Aurelia, the two of you would know that while there are technically no laws in Black Shell Haven, there is, however, the Pirates Code. And the code is more like guidelines.
More like guidelines, really.
Nice.
Yes. However, one thing
Parsnip.
that the Pirate Council on Black Shell Haven does not tolerate, regardless of if it's pirates or naval personnel from another country or whatever, is slavers.
Really feeling like, we can just solve this problem with violence and be done with it.
I like this plan.
Like, I'm usually up to,
Mochi. As you guys head into Black Shell Haven, you notice that there's a lot of people with a lot of steel.
Hey, Mochi, you should close your eyes.
Hey, Mochi. Go ahead and make me that wisdom saving throw.
Yeah, as Mochi sees this, I'm gonna use the property of my Dunamancer cloak to start to float a foot into the air, comically. I don't need it. I might need it.
I think you would. Heroes would try to explore.
Go ahead and roll me a D100, Mochi.
Oh joy.
Can I like lure him with my hand axe?
It depends on this D100. Ooh, buddy. As you are floating by, your tentacles reach out and attempt to grab a pristinely beautiful cutlass. The blade has runic swirling engraving down it. The pommel and guard are immaculate gold, crusted with pearls and sapphires. As you attempt to tug it from its sheath, a large minotaur grabs it, holds it inside the sheath at his side, and turns and looks, snorting. Who's trying to take my steel? As you look at this minotaur, you see that he is like, what's the type of cow called? I can't remember off the top of my head.
I'll walk up and be like, I'm sorry, he's new around here. I don't think he knows what.
So he's kind of like a Scottish Highland cattle minotaur. He's very hairy, draped over the front of his eyes, very like long, shaggy hair across his body. Not what you guys would have been used to seeing from minotaur with their shorter fur that you guys would have been accustomed to so far if you had ran into any minotaur. He is well dressed in the finery of a ship's captain, standing at roughly 10.5 feet tall.
Mochi, sorry, Mochi just saw how ornate your sword was, and I couldn't help but look at it.
Is that what Mochi would feel on that wisdom save? What does your curse say Mochi feels towards bladed weapons?
I have a strong urge to steal them.
But why?
That's a great question. I don't know.
Because you feel like they're yours and they're yours to take and protect.
Yeah.
And
Feel
so,
like a little crow.
would you identify this as you just liking it, or would you feel like this is that's not yours, that's mine, give it to me?
I just
I will say that on a 13, you were not super close to the save, but you were close enough that the urge is not extremely strong. However, it was strong enough that you attempted to take the blade.
Yeah, Mochi is trying to get out of the situation. It's like I want this thing, but I don't think I can get this thing this way.
Go ahead and roll me a persuasion check, Mochi.
Persuasion. Okay. 26.
Oh, well, I mean, it is quite the beautiful blade. He pulls it out, and he holds it with both hands directly in front of Mochi for him to get a really good look at it. Give me another wisdom save.
Hmm.
Is he going to just eat the sword?
Hmm. Hmm. Can Can Mochi touch the sword?
So with a 10, I'm going to say that Mochi is actively reaching out and touching the sword as he says this. Go ahead
Yeah.
and go ahead
They
and
would try to remove him from the sword.
it's a little late for that. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make me a contested grapple check, Mochi.
Am I doing the grapple or is?
He's doing the grapple.
Okay, so in that case, I have.
You do not, because you are under the compulsion of your curse right now, so it will be flat.
Oh, okay. So I'll just re-roll it. Fine. Oh, 6.
And he got a 6.
3-1.
He got a 16. Mochi is bodily grabbed by the sword flips in, like, he smacks the blade and rotates the handle. The sword goes airborne. He catches it in the sheath while also using his now free hands to grab Mochi. And Mochi is flung. Roll a D100 for me.
Man, I really gotta get this curse under wraps.
40,
Yeah.
48 feet into the crowd towards the center.
Mochi's
We're in a
blasting up
city
again. While
You
Mochi
take-
is like flying. While Mochi is flying through the air, he's just gonna be looking for new weapons.
You take
Oh my God.
5 points of bludgeoning damage as you luckily hit the ground in the middle of a bunch of people and don't hit anyone.
Hey, Mochi,
need
you
to
should close
get-
your eyes.
I need to get a sword to munch on. I need my snack.
I'm sure the slavers will have plenty of swords you can munch on.
Yeah, we're
That's a good
supposed to
point.
go fuck with these people.
That is where we're going.
It's so
Did we get a
funny.
short
One of
rest on the way over here?
You guys got a long rest on the boat.
Oh, my bad.
Ooh, I
must
forgot
have missed
to. Is it too late to roll my robe thing?
It is not.
I forgot about that.
I know, with all of the excitement of seeing your beloved characters from the previous system, you guys would have probably missed some stuff, so I will be graceful this time.
Thank you.
Gracious overlord.
Thank you, Papa.
16 temp HP.
Yeah, I'm going to be real with you. There's a lot of things you could have called me there. Papa?
Was a choice.
That was a choice.
that was a decision you made.
Rhombus plays, everybody. Rhombus plays. Welcome back, Rhombus.
Welcome.
Your first
I'm welcoming my
your first adventure back with the group, and we're already calling me Papa.
just like the old days, eh?
Big puppy.
And for the first time ever, one of Rhombus's characters smelt ozone and wasn't immediately smote by a lightning god. Progress, ladies and gentlemen, progress. All right, so Mochi has just been launched by this pirate captain Minotaur. He is now 48 feet away from you guys, landing in the center of a crowd of people. This Minotaur is not very happy. What are we doing?
Can I step in and be like, hey, do I know his name? Because
You do not. He specifically is unfamiliar to you.
I'm like, hey, guy, I'm so sorry. He doesn't, he's new to this place. On the ship that we just came from, you could just grab anything, and he was just a little confused.
I can. He has a condition currently. He just kind of grabs things. It's not.
He goes,
good. We need to
like,
get
as you
him
say, he's
down.
got a condition. He just grabs things. He goes, oh! It's not leprosy, is it?
No.
It might be a little
Salem
bit
just
of
thinks to herself,
leprosy.
no. What? Why would you say that?
Go ahead and roll persuasion, contesting each other, Torin and Salem.
All right.
To see whether this man thinks Mochi has leprosy or not.
Yes.
Damn. I hate you, you blind bastard.
I don't know how a slime gets leprosy, but if any of his goo got on me and any of my parts start falling off, I'm coming for the lot of you. And he turns and
it was-
walks off.
Actually, sir, it was actually his dying wish to see your sword and touch it.
He's gone.
Damn it.
Warren, you don't
There's-
just say things like that. That makes things worse.
Why can't we just tell him that he's cursed?
I mean, leprosy's a curse.
I mean, yeah, but
I
it's also contagious, isn't it?
It's just a disease.
I mean, technically, his arms can fall off if he decides to make them. So, he could lie about having leprosy.
But why would he?
I don't know, maybe
Why-
the
yeah,
dude
why
would feel
not?
pity.
That clearly didn't work, though.
I know, I'm
did.
sorry.
Well, I mean,
You don't just
I don't know
say
about
things
clearly, I
like
couldn't
that.
really see facial expression. I didn't know how pissed off he was.
You heard
Sorry.
the tone of
Sounded
his
pretty
voice.
upset.
Yeah.
I mean, Mochi didn't go out of my 20-foot zone. I don't know exactly where he went. But...
Mochi left that 20-foot zone fairly quickly.
Thrown like a football.
Salem is going to look for Mochi and hold him over her head the rest of the walk.
Next time we see a cleric,
Mochi,
we're getting this curse removed.
Yeah.
what is your maximum reach with your pseudopods?
10 feet if I extend it.
Okay.
Orin is gonna flip out a dagger. I've got a few extra. Again, I believe I gave you one the last time you were having a fit. Here you go.
Just
I'll stop him.
hung.
The last time I had a fit, I ate an axe.
Hungry baby.
I'll give him
Go
one of
Listen.
mine.
eat the dagger.
I don't.
So, for those that are not aware, I don't believe I streamed that one as a player. Mochi, one of his adventures before the campaign that we are now in started, I can't remember if it was before or after the dream. I think it was after the dream. Was into a set of ruins where he came across a sword that instead of using his little jelly brain, he just decided to eat and absorb, which is one of his abilities he can do. He can absorb magical weapons and integrate their properties with his body. And he integrated a cursed sword. And so now Mochi has taken on the curse of that blade and feels the need to procure and protect any and all bladed weapons that he sees.
It does have other benefits. As in it changed the die that I had on my blade up one, and I get an additional +1 to hit.
Yeah. It was very
Is it
useful
worth
against
the
those
trouble, though.
Upgrades,
You
people,
know-
upgrades.
not dragons, hydras that, you dealt
Yeah.
0 damage to with it.
Hey, you
listen.
took out a head almost on your own, Torin.
I know.
You did. I
mean,
was there.
I hit it so many times
Yep.
I think
with that.
I fought ahead by myself, and I used the axe I absorbed previously. So
I mean, I
I
wasn't
got
over
all
there,
of
but I heard that there was a couple people helping you. Like this guy over here.
Okay, this.
Anyway, let's go shoot some slavers.
Yeah.
Let's
Okay.
do the thing, okay?
I can't see very far, so I'm gonna need somebody to
I'm
show me where the other side of the
hungry.
island is.
It-
I
So-
gave you
why not?
a fucking dagger. That's enough for
I
you.
think our rib cages are pretty sharp. I want
I'm
those.
going to shoot you.
As you guys head across
Next thing
Black
I shoot
Shell
through your mouth.
Haven, attempting to navigate to the other side of the city to get to the ports that are on the opposite of where you guys docked. I'm in the Army, not the Navy. I don't know which one's port and which one's starboard, so I'm not going to pretend to know it. We're going to call the ports that you guys landed on the left side of the turtle, and the ports you're heading to the right side of the turtle. Maybe next session I'll have memorized which is port and which is starboard. You guys get
Remember correctly, port is right, and starboard is left.
I do believe Rhombus just said both of them are left.
Yeah.
No, it is right, and starboard is left.
Port
As
is
you
left, starboard is right.
as you guys make it to the main area, you come into the marketplace. You smell the smell of delicious seafood being cooked. You hear merchants calling out to sell their wares, and you hear the distinct sound of gambling everywhere.
Gambling.
We can come back to this after we've dealt with the stuff.
Yeah, I'm
Right.
just gonna ignore it and keep going.
Yeah, we've got.
Food.
I don't know if we gotta rush there.
Torrent, I don't know if they
I mean,
Torrent, I don't know if they have braille cards for
Guys,
you.
your resident expert is kind of telling you guys, I don't know that we got to rush there.
Listen. Maybe it's not that important for you people who come here often. But for us, when we do a task, we usually try to do the task.
I need
Right.
something to
You
be
know, like when those
satiated.
rats showed up, we took those rats out right away.
Yup.
Yeah.
Right
those
away.
rats are dealt
First
with.
day they showed up.
Technically,
Do you think we
yes,
could-
you are correct.
Anyways.
No delays were seen for those.
Anyways. You guys are in the main square. Restaurants, shops, gambling. Is there anything you would like to do?
I think Salem's just trying to be like, yeah, we can come back here. Let's deal with the thing we were told to by like
I want to look around here.
Bells and Sinbad.
All right.
Okay.
What are you looking
Yeah,
for?
I'm not
We'll leave
ready.
behind.
Aurelia, you are familiar with this area, so anything that you are looking for, I'm not going to have you make a check to find. You just let me know what you're trying to find, and I will tell you where it's at and what you see.
I don't know what I'm looking for. I just
I'm stalling for time. It's fine.
I don't want to go. I need bread and cheese. I want to go to a bakery.
Okay,
I'm
you
stressed.
you find a stall selling bread and cheese and some hardtack meats that are not like seafood meats. There is some capacity for small herd animals, eggs, chickens, things like that here on Genba. However, it is rather difficult with how quickly the seasons change to have fresh, large size herd animal meats. So like beef and pork. So you're able to find some like cured sauce, stand that does like breads and cheeses and cured sausages. Very charcuterie-ish. It's probably the fanciest shop here.
Okay, I get my bread and cheese, and I
Oh, just some bread and cheese, miss. Anything else? A small gnomish woman is tending the counter. Any
do I know her? Do I know her name?
Go ahead and give me a history check.
History. Okay. 17.
Gertrude.
thanks, Gertrude. I'm just.
Oh, you can call me Gertie, young woman. Was there any specific bread you were looking for? Any specific types of cheeses, perhaps?
No, just what you always recommend me good stuff. Just give me what you think is good.
Well, Gouda's my favorite.
She hands
That
you
sounds
a block of Gouda and some sourdough.
And then how much is that?
Oh, that'll be 5 silver pieces.
All right. And thank you.
Would you guys like to look for anything to satisfy Mochi's needs for a while?
We're going to the slavers.
I mean, no guarantee they have bladed weapons, though.
Listen, Mochi
That's
doesn't know
fair.
that. Maybe he does. I
It's
don't know.
not. I'm eating your wrench.
Wrenchy is bladed.
So, Sir Reginald the Third pops up out of the belt holster and says, Mr. Slime, you are the most uncouth, uneducated, ill-mannered little goo ball I've ever met in my life.
Yeah, maybe because I was created inside of a lab and forced in my entire life to training, you fucking asshole.
Well, maybe you should have stayed in the lab, you worthless little pile of shit. Go ahead and give me a wisdom save.
I hate this wrench.
I do not
If it makes me feel any
recognize
better,
that.
Alex is very confident you're not-
You take 2 points of psychic damage from the wrench hitting you with vicious mockery.
Hey, Alex, can I throw the wrench into the ocean?
Listen, I know maybe some people don't always agree with Sir Reginald, but I think we have more pressing matters at this time.
I do concur with Miss Craft. There are more pressing matters. We should find some place where Miss Craft could find some equipment with which she could tinker and dabble in the engineering arts and perhaps make something more of worth for this group. I do not see why going and hunting these slavers is such a pressing issue. It does seem that they may be here for a while, based off of what I was hearing from the young goblin that came yelling at the good Captain Beelzebub.
Is that a talking wrench?
It is a sentient
yeah.
talking wrench. Hello! Nice to meet you, young Triton. My name is Sir Reginald III.
Oh, hello. I'm sorry I didn't get to meet you before, but yeah,
He's a
that's
pretty nice
so
guy.
cool.
Pretty swell chap as long as his name's good side.
Alex materialized Sir Reginald by thinking happy thoughts in the dream realm.
And I got vision back for a little while.
I don't
lost everything
understand
else.
how happy thoughts made Sir Reginald, but
Sometimes I fear my happy thoughts.
Well, that's because all you do is sleep, eat, and flex your muscles. Maybe you should flex your brain more, Miss Salem.
Brain?
Your intelligence is lacking.
I just had a eureka moment. What if we send in the wrench to gamble?
We're not gonna
What?
say
The wrench doesn't have disposable thumbs or hands.
it is a wrench.
Oh, it's a good thing.
But it has a face.
Mmm.
And bite you.
Mmm.
Don't like him.
Alex, have you utilized the other aspect of Sir Reginald in front of Mochi? I do not believe you have.
No, I have not. I have not.
Yeah, you don't have to say it. It's fine. Yep.
Yeah.
I was just making sure. Anyways, anything else that we're doing here in the market?
I'm upset that I'm not gonna eat sentient weapons.
You are allowed to eat sentient weapons. You have a compulsion if they are bladed. However, if they are deity
Which
blessed weapons, some of those weapons have a godly aura about them of the divine that cancels out your compulsion.
I need to be exercised.
However, I would advise
Actually, what?
against eating a sentient weapon with the fact that eating a cursed weapon bestowed a curse upon you.
Yeah, I
Is
don't
it
want.
really worth finding out whether or not something else would begin living in your head?
I don't want him to be inside my head. That's the only reason why I'm not gonna eat him.
That's the only reason.
I didn't stutter.
Anyway, actually, there is something I would like to look real quick. Is there like a place that's like a church or some place that would be able to cast a remove curse spell?
Aurelia, this is something we did not talk about in your backstory. And I'm not expecting you to have looked on the World Anvil at the 40 deities that we have in the system. Is there a god of a specific domain that you would pray to or be of the faith for?
No, I don't know a lot about religion. I guess the captain is the closest thing.
So
I'm not. That's not very interesting to me. I don't know.
you would know
As
that
a character.
you would know that the captain is the grandson of the goddess of the ocean, Baal.
Oh, then that. I'm sorry, I didn't look into it.
You're okay. You are perfectly fine. That's why I'm giving you the information.
Okay, so yeah, oh,
So there is a temple to Baal here on Genba, obviously, like the goddess of the ocean would have a temple here. Theros. What deity have you chosen as your clerical deity?
That would be Pate.
Pate, god of healing. So Pate would have a small shrine here. However, he would not actually have a temple or a church. Go ahead and give me both Aurelia and Theros. The two of you can give me religion checks if you would like to try and remember what all temples would be here on Genba.
I got a 6.
What's your what is your you have a +4 to wisdom, correct?
It's intelligence.
Right.
Yeah, my
Yes.
my
So
wisdom is +4.
yes, for you as a druid, however, this is one of the things I was talking about at the beginning of the session, where not all checks are hard stuck on a specific stat. For a druid or a cleric, because they are wisdom based religious classes, so to speak, your religion checks can be rolled with your wisdom. For paladins and warlock, they can be rolled with their charisma. Whatever your primary spellcasting modifier is how you can roll your religion checks. If
Okay,
you
so
are
wisdom.
if you are trying to contact the divine or get some type of divine intervention or something like that and not just like remember something religious, those are D100 checks for me. But for this, it would be a D20 religion check. So for you, what is your modifier is a +4, right?
6. Or yeah. Sorry, I'm looking at saving throws. It's 4. Yeah.
Okay, so it would have been an 11. Theros?
Oh
I
wait,
had to
sometimes
see
it's
this.
6 and sometimes it's 4. I don't know. Sorry.
Me is no lucky point on this.
Okay.
Glad I did.
Woo! With a dirty 20, you're going to know that there would be. Let me actually pull open the gods page here to make sure I'm being extremely accurate for you with that dirty 20. So, there would be temples to Baal, goddess of the ocean. Vandis, goddess of travelers, voyagers, and sailors. Rhiannon, goddess of the moon and tides. There would be a temple to Ishtar, goddess of storms. Astra, the goddess of freedom. And then, in addition to that, there would be the temples to Ishtar, Rhiannon, and Baal would be the major temples. Smaller temples would be Vandis, Astra, Kubera, god of thieves. Finnick, the god of merchants. And then with you being the way that you are, you would have no knowledge of the darker side of clergy here on Genba.
Yes.
Is there a temple of Aya?
There would not be a temple to Aya here.
Oh.
However, there may be a shrine to Aya in her mother's temple,
Yes.
which would be the temple of Rhiannon, goddess of the moon. So, yeah, you guys have some options. The three big ones would be Rhiannon, Baal, and Ishtar.
Do any of the natives know if either of any of those can remove a curse? I know where we come from, there's quite a few rather powerful high priests and priestesses. I don't know if that's the same for everywhere.
That was the reason for the distinction between major and minor temples. Major temples would have clergy, 100% would have clergy with the power to do a remove curse on the scale that you're looking for. However, remember, you are on a pirate haven, so who knows what the price will be.
No, I think we should go to the one with Rhiannon.
Why didn't you do it? I'm grumbling. Why don't you just do back at Tempest and Briggs? Grumble.
What?
I'm just grumbling. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Those were a lot of places. And
Oh, it's only
none of those.
3 that matter, right? Like the 3 major ones you said?
Yes, there's 3 major ones.
Yep.
Which one's closest to the dock where the slavers are?
So all of the temples would be towards the tail of Genba. That is where the temple quarter is.
So we're heading to the tail then.
I still think
I
we should
so
get this.
can't. No, I
What?
agree. This is an issue.
Slavers, then get the curse.
Okay, I'm following Salem.
I mean, yeah, this is
Whatever
your whole
she's
shtick.
doing.
I don't know my way around here, so
Did
I
I
guess
go
I'll
wrong?
follow. So you cut out there.
Oh, okay, I'm back. Sorry, everyone else did for me too. My apologies.
Lovely. Well, no, I just didn't hear what you said because you cut out.
Oh, I was saying I would follow Salem. That was it.
Okay.
Then I think I asked if people got robotic, and then I realized it was me.
Uh,
So,
I mean,
like, where are we
Aurelia,
going?
Theros, if you guys want to lead the way, because you guys have been here before.
Yep, you guys will have the ability to do so. So,
So we head toward.
what temple have we decided to go to?
Greenhorn said going to Rhiannon. Anyone else have a preference, or?
We can go to Ball, Thundus, Rhiannon, Ishtar.
Right, but do you have like a preference, or?
I think ball's good.
I don't.
Oh, we got
I
one
don't have
for
a preference.
Rhiannon.
Other than my own.
If the
One,
cleric / druid prefers a different one, we'll go with that one. I'm not a well-versed theologian myself.
I guess to ball we go.
Okay, you guys make your way to the Temple of Baal. You see that as you get to the religious area of Genba, that the largest temple by far is to Baal. Not surprising, seeing as she is the goddess of the sea. Outside, you see, like, it appears to be a large old ship's hull that has been pulled up onto the, like, very backmost peak of the turtle's shell. You see statues of beautiful, large, vengeful woman manipulating the waves. You see tentacles and waves crashing over ships, mosaics of pirates pleading to the skies as they are sucked into the briny depths. Additionally, you see imagery of sea elves and Triton and water genasi with myriad different ocean creatures. And as you enter, the air smells even more of salt and seaweed. Inside, there is no incense burning. However, there is a large tidal pool in the center that seems to be almost like in in a lot of sci-fi underwater facilities, movies and things like that. You know that there are those pools where people can like drop into to go outside into the water, like they're little like water pools that go outside. Somehow via magical portals and other means of the divine, even though you know that the shell of the turtle would just go into the body of it, there is a tide pool here that you sense is very deep. And almost like if you dove into it, you would just dive directly into the ocean and float out back behind the turtle. There are multiple clergy members wandering around, praying, meeting with other personnel. You see two very large mosaics in the main temple area depicting two very different forms of the goddess. Let me pull them up for you guys real quick.
That's all read right here on this plaque that they wrote out in Braille.
No. There are no plaques in
Damn it.
Braille. Everything would need to be explained to you by somebody with eyes.
I can explain it to
Like
you.
the art show.
Open these for the stream. So you see the life-giving ocean aspect of Baal. The nourishment of water in conjunction with the land. The myrid life and fluorescence that you see from the ocean. And you see the chaotic destruction and mystery of the briny deep showcased into very similar yet different forms of this goddess.
Oh, it's so cool.
Wow.
But
So
everybody,
should we try?
everybody wants to be with the sleepy little guy.
If I didn't already have Quincy, I would have made a follower of Ball. So
I'm just giving you shit.
I have no clue where my powers come from.
I know where your powers come
Dramatics for
from.
nerds.
That's
You're a
the problem.
warlock. Shouldn't you know where your powers come from?
Well, deals are
Just
complicated.
me.
to be fair, he's just a little
Who
guy.
who did you decide to deal with?
Was
I
made
mean,
in a
like-
jar.
Oh,
I made a deal when I was like a month old. Leave me alone.
his deal
Jesus.
his deal was foust upon him from his origination. And as part of the deal, much with many of the deals and bargains that the Fae make, sometimes, though I'm not saying that that is what Mochi made was a Fae bargain, Mochi's memory of the deal is no longer existent.
Doc
Oh.
really likes it when I make my characters amnesiacs.
Oblivate
At
mori,
least,
if you will.
I was gonna say, at least you were able to keep your name.
The
Well,
the obliviation of memory.
this might not be my name. I don't know.
Your Mochi's name might indeed be Zeralas.
Don't fucking do this. It doesn't work.
You're the smegma of Zeralas. That's
mean-
crazy.
You.
Anyway, so you guys are in this temple.
Do we see a important looking individual?
I'm not worried that the curse I'm gonna get rid of is not gonna be the blade one.
Go ahead and roll me tier, buddy. Why do you only do this when I'm streaming? Go ahead and roll me. Go ahead and anyone who would like to try and tell who is more prominent amongst the clergy, roll me an insight to see.
Could I randomly talk you into an investigation? Because I'm investigating the clues about who's important.
Definitely that one.
I mean, you can roll me a religion instead if you'd like.
I got a 12. Insight.
I will
she's
roll
going-
religion instead.
Mochi's just gonna be pointing at the statue. That one's the most important.
What's a god?
That's the god, Mochi.
Theros, you see a very large, tattooed, dark-skinned woman with braided hair tending to the pool of water in the center of the room, and you get a sense that this is the High Priestess.
Okay. So I will try and walk up to the high priestess.
Sensing your approach, she stands up from the pool, looks at you. You see eyes of a deep blue-green peering at you. You are almost swallowed in their depths. Give me a wisdom saving throw. Anyone who's looking at this woman right now, give me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Was Theros able to point out, like, oh, I think she's the High Priestess?
I'm fairly certain that his body language would have given it away. So I will say that you guys would, yes.
I'm not looking.
And would look.
Yeah. Torin is immune to this condition.
I'm still staring at the
23.
statue.
What's wrong, guys?
Salem,
Mm-hmm.
you are under the compulsion of the closest thing that I can explain this as is the friends spell.
So I just like her?
You are sucked into the depths and you want to be in the, you know what? No, I can't say that way. YouTube will demonetize me.
Oh no.
The mystery of the depths of this pool of a being, the depths of her eyes make you want to explore them. You want to know everything that she has to tell you, and you want to tell her everything that she wants to know.
I want it all.
I see.
You would exchange all of your secrets and all of your knowledge to understand the knowledge of the depths.
Oh,
That
you're
are-
having a contest of religion? Conflict of religion?
This is
I mean,
honestly...
I think you guys just see Salem staring for a second. Like,
Yeah, no. So anyone
eyes,
who
like,
wants to insight,
wide.
anyone who wants to insight Salem can.
I wouldn't notice
Salem's
anything going on.
Salem's like holding Mochi, so Mochi's just gonna look at her, just doing.
Sam's completely normal, completely fine.
Nope, that's not what you see, Alex.
Oh shit. Uh oh.
Aurelia and Alex, the two of you, think that Salem's kind of into this bitch. She feeling her. Mochi, you, with your connection to the divine as a warlock, would be able to tell that there's some kind of divine charm at work here. The high priestess looks at the group of you and says, I feel the mark upon you, young one, as she looks at Aurelia. But the rest of you, I neither recognize nor feel anything. And she pauses. Gives a curious glance at Salem. Anything interesting or noteworthy about you from my connection to the goddess of the deeps? What is it you seek here?
Salem looks sad.
It's a little hurtful. Yeah.
I would like put my hand on her shoulder. It's like, it's alright, Salem. There's plenty of fish in the sea.
Has-
I don't know. I don't know if that's a term I should use here.
She has divine riz.
Sea is a hard one to tame.
I shot.
Anyway, our friend here. I'm gonna point at the small goo. Is
Hello.
kind of cursed.
Yeah.
So you're wondering if you would have any ability to get rid of that.
She holds a hand out over top of Mochi, and you see her eyes close. you see a beautiful blue-green magic float between her hand and Mochi. Mochi, you hear the sound of waves and of conch shells being blown as trumpets. And she goes, "Yes, I can sense that a paltry magic has hold of his gluttonous little form." And she smirks at the thought of Mochi being this viscous, theoretically bottomless, gluttonous pit of a creature. This one reminds me of a personification of the ocean. His hunger for steel is boundless, only tempered by his own willpower, and his little jelly body wiggles like the waves under a light breeze. I enjoy it.
Please tell me she picked him up and was like shaking him back and forth a little bit.
No,
This
she
is
didn't.
also
She
the-
did not touch him.
Just
This
jiggling.
is also the
just
first. This is
jiggling
also
his
the
breath.
first. This is the
She
first
goes-
time I've.
She goes, "I will not touch him, though, as there have been rumor of a little jelly being in the market with leprosy."
Oh,
Oh, you
I don't
don't
know what-
say.
I don't know what leprosy is, but I don't think I have it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Salem, you can't look at Torin because your eyes are locked on this woman.
I just realized
Understood.
I haven't looked at her, so this would technically be the first time. So I would need to make a wisdom save.
Okay.
Oh god,
She's
don't
just
fail
like-
this.
No,
Fail it,
I got a nat
fail
20.
it.
Mochi,
Oh, yeah.
you not only pass the save and are not affected by the charm, but you're actually able to tell that the charm is not something that she is personally doing. It is almost like a stigmata that has been placed on her.
Oh, okay.
So is that you saying you won't remove the curse? Alright, listen, I forgot how to cast magic a bit ago. Is this remove curse spell? Is it a touch spell? It's
She
can't like just
kneels
with
down and she looks at Mochi. "Little glutton, do you wish to have this hunger removed?"
Well, I mean, it's not really convenient for me to try to eat most sharp objects. The urge is the problem, but I don't think the glutton itself can be removed from myself.
It saddens me to see that you wish to have a hunger stricken from your body. However, it is within my power to do so. If the one who is cursed wishes it to be so.
Hmm. Now there's the smart decision, and then there's the mochi decision.
Play your
Yeah,
character. I want everyone to
Mochi decision?
play their characters.
Hmm.
Don't let other people tell you stuff. Play your characters.
Well,
Just what I've been doing thus far.
I don't think glutton's bad.
Can I ask how much it would be?
She smirks at you and she goes, "Oh, clever girl. Well,
refrain from
for the
say it.
removal
How clever.
of a curse of this level, while paltry and within my power, is quite an ask of effort. And so I would say 700 gold pieces."
It's been nice knowing you. Sorry, Mochi.
It's fine.
300.
Price.
What?
I don't think the price matters anyway. Mochi, I will keep this burden.
If
Well,
money is the problem, then she looks over at Salem and smirks and says, "I could take efforts of the flesh in recompense. You can pay me that way."
You want to eat
What about a
Salem?
rent?
I think she meant like.
I mean, she also could have meant
Time out. Time out. Time out.
Would you
The-
take a rent?
Time out. The responses that I expected: a job, sexual favors, manual labor, things I personally, as the chaotic element of Doc himself, did not expect one of you guys as the players to say that I would have said is, "You want to eat Salem?"
Yeah,
God,
Is
Chili,
that legal?
Chili, I missed you.
Is
I'm
that lethal?
I'm glad. Remember, the code is more like guidelines.
cannibalism
But yes,
is not.
Chili, I missed you, and I'm so glad I got you to do this. So go ahead, and anyone who wants to try and tell what she means by efforts of the flesh, roll an insight.
Salem would very much so like to know what she means.
Get in on this one.
Oh really?
Salem is rolling this at disadvantage.
disadvantage.
I don't think it matters. Yeah, no, unless you get a
It's an
1.
8
I
or
got-
an 8.
I got an unnatural 20.
I'm just enamored by her.
Okay, so Theros got a dirty 20.
Torin got a
That's
dirty
what
20.
that's what I meant. Sorry, you guys both have T names. My bad.
Fair.
So everyone besides Torin thinks that this woman wants to fuck Salem. Salem,
I got
give
a
me
job to do.
Salem, give me a wisdom saving throw.
As I already said, I
That
didn't want to
checks
do
out.
this.
Salem, you actually know with the compulsion. No, you would think that. Yeah, Salem is pretty sure that seduction is what is happening here, and Salem, as long as you as the player are fine with it, with that wisdom saving throw against this charm effect, you would be more than happy to oblige.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Torin, you, however, understand that she is definitely talking about sending you guys on a job.
Salem is blushing and
gonna
kind of
look
like
at my
twirling her
non-existent
hair, but like, just like I mean, yeah.
She's just kind of looking at all his friends, just confused. Just
She looks at Salem doing this, and she looks at like Alex and Aurelia, and she goes, "Is she okay?"
I don't think so. I think her god's having issues.
This
We
is the,
remind you,
this is
we
the
do
first time
have a
I've seen her like
thing we're
that.
doing.
Pause. So
Guy-
with Alex saying her god is having issues, the high priestess goes, because you guys haven't asked her name. The high priestess goes, "What god?"
Oh, she worships Mamu.
She walks up and she grabs Salem in a hug. She goes, "Oh, you poor child." And she just holds Salem for a moment. Salem, you feel the charm evaporate. She goes, "My apologies as one member of the clergy to another. The fact that none have been able to dream good dreams for so long is a travesty upon the world. And while I do not know why, I can tell that Ball is greatly disturbed by what has been happening. My thoughts and prayers are with you, and if there's anything I can do to assist you or give you comfort in this time, I would be more than happy to do so."
Thank you. That is very kind. We are currently actually on a trying to figure out how to solve that ourselves. I was able to get a message from my goddess before losing contact. So I have a vague idea of what to do.
She's going to go ahead and roll insight because the way you said that, and that is going to be a natural 20. She goes, "Before losing contact, are you saying that you were communing directly with your goddess before whatever it is happened? Are you saying that you know what happened to your goddess?"
Maybe? I'm not exactly sure. I have a vague idea as to what might have happened.
A weird day.
Child,
A dream.
I take it you are new to your connection.
Yeah, it's kind of my first time. A lot happens.
Well, let us have another first. Come with me.
All of us?
No, just. And she looks around and she goes, "Salem and the dwarf. Come on."
They're going to the depths.
Okay, then.
Are they going to
As
the
they walk
depths?
away.
Because as long as I'm not mistaken here, with Aurelia talking about like her not being big on religion, besides whatever is going on the ship with Captain Bells, with Mochi being the way that he is, Torin is currently in a state where he's trying to find religion. Alex is more of a logical woman, and is of the crafting deities. And even then is not really a holy person. So Theros and Salem would be the two that would be seen as clergy of their deities.
Yeah.
Yeah,
As far as
that's
Torn
fair.
goes, yeah.
So the rest of you will not be privy to the information that happens. However, I'm not gonna like mute you or anything else. Like, you guys can still hear it. Just don't meta game with it. As she leads Theros and Salem to a back room, she motions for the two of you to sit on cushions that are inside of a sort of meditation room. She begins to light some incense, and she pulls out some salt and sprinkles it around. She sits down and grabs both of your hands and says, "Clasp each other's hands." She looks at Theros and
They will
says,
follow some instructions.
"Theros, you will be the
I
anchor.
grasp.
You will be the anchor. I understand that it is not your deity and not your fight that we are communing to either commune with or commune to understand. However, it takes more than just myself to assist her with walking the path and her to walk it. We need an anchor, and so you shall provide that. She looks at Salem and she says, tell me everything so we may understand what is happening and what is going on.
Okay.
So, what all do you tell her and what do you not tell her?
I mean, I guess can I just get like a vibe check on her?
Sure, go ahead and give me insight.
Because she does seem like she wants to help, but uh, her.
With a
So
15, you can tell that she's genuinely trying to assist you with finding additional information.
yeah, I think Salem would give her the like I think Salem would give her like the rundown of what happened, having gone like days without sleep because of a person, then passing out for 4 days, and the interactions with Mamu.
What is there
And
anything in the interactions with Mamu that you would leave out?
I think it's not even it's not necessarily her like purposefully leaving it out. It's just not thinking to mention it because of all of like how everything happened so fast and so much happened, is just not mentioning the like state that she saw, or like the form that Mamu took when they she saw her.
There's a specific thing that I am alluding to here. If you like
Big thing.
the weirdness in speech pattern,
Oh, yes.
would you include that in what you tell her?
Um, I think. I mean, probably.
Okay. So the fact that Mamu could not mention those things, that the words were unperceivable by others, would be mentioned.
Yes.
Okay. Close your eyes. Now, do what it is you would normally do to attempt to walk the dream.
Um, I guess Salem will try to, because I don't know if has she. I don't know if she's actively tried to walk the dream. It just sort of happened that one time, and then, everything happened.
So, to be fair, that one time was your level up. It was your decision point to become a more divine attuned barbarian.
Mhm.
And so you actually had a true connection to your god. Um, Much like a cleric taking their domain, swearing to a deity, or a warlock gaining not just their power, but like their actual pact with a god, or even a paladin deciding what exactly they're swearing their oath to. That was your decision point of you've always known that Mamu was an important fixture in your life because of the cleric of Mamu that helped you through that hard time when that raid happened on your village. However, your big point where you were gaining power and influence and as an adventurer, and you felt a connection deep in your rage that was not anger, but was more of a potent kind of meditative trance in battle, and realized that that was part of the influence of the dream on you, and so you chose to devote yourself as a clergy member of Mamu. Did not happen until directly before that. And so you have not had a lot of time to. Sorry, I have the hiccups a little bit.
You're good.
You have not had a lot of time to sit and try and commune with your deity or commune with the domain of your deity since that interaction. And that interaction itself happened very recently. The amount of travel time that you guys have had since the dream would have just been maybe a month or less.
Mhm. I mean, yeah, I guess Salem would just try to repeat the process from what she remembered from how she connected to the dream the first time.
Mind you, with the new rulings that we're making on the questing system with time, it would have been within a week after the dream. You guys would have met Bells, boarded the ship, sailed off. You guys have been at sea for anywhere from 2 to 3 weeks.
Cool.
Cool beans.
That's more impactful for Mochi, Torin, Alex, and Salem than it is for Aurelia and Theros. However, when this campaign ends and the characters are inserted back into the system, it will potentially have some play with you guys as to where you guys are at in the continuity of things. So yes, this would potentially, if you have not done other stuff in downtime, be one of the first times that you are attempting to access the dream, commune with your goddess. Certainly, unless there was something else that you did in potentially downtime that was off screen and not communicated, be the first time that you have done it since.
I think she would have done like general prayer and stuff, but because of the state she last saw the dream in, I don't think she would have thought to try to go to the dream.
Okay.
You want us to take
But
your robe for a couple days?
Funny guy.
first, no.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Second, the curse was removed.
Oh, right. Good thing.
Now if we'll get another curse removed.
Okay. So,
My curse was removed.
go ahead and roll me both a regular. One second. Let me look at something. So, because Constitution is used as the modifier for concentration on spells, and to me that is less of a physical thing than a mental willpower, I will say roll me a religion check utilizing Constitution. So, since you are proficient, I believe that is a +5 instead of a +3. And roll me a D100 religion check.
Okay. My God.
Oh, wow. So, as the incense burns, and as this very experienced high priestess holds your hand and walks you down the path of the dream willingly for the first time, you see a haze of smoke and shadow. You see churning waves around a tower. Oddly enough, around the base of the tower there are no rocks, indicating that it is a tower built upon an island. As you float through the tower, you see an empty room with a large, ornate wooden door with runes painted around its frame. The door opens and you float through, and inside, as you pass through, the same room mirrored that you were just in, though in a grayscale sort of image with no color to it, no real light. You see on a stone dais Mamu in chains, asleep.
It can I is this a vision or am I like quote unquote there right now?
I mean, how would you like to find out?
I think Salem will try to approach Mamu.
Okay, you approach towards her.
Uh, and Mamu, can you hear me?
There's no movement.
I'll reach out and try to touch her.
As you reach out from Mamu's body, the a hooded spectral shade leaps out from her and slams into you. Give me a history check or an insight check, whichever you'd prefer.
History or insight? I think they're
I believe the
it's
same.
the same thing for me. History, why not?
It looks uncannily like the spectral hooded shade that turned into the shadow dragon in the dream. As it slams into you, you are sucked to another place in time. You see volcanic rock, a large internal chamber surrounded by it. Heat and flame buffet you, and you see the form of a man with olive skin and large black feathered wings, chained on a dais. The room almost exactly similar in dimension to the one in the tower and that you saw Mamu chained in.
Um, do I see any sign of the black hooded figure?
No.
Okay. Um, do I see the high priestess like here with me, or is it just me?
It's just you.
Um, I guess she'll just kind of like looking around, seeing the figures, say, "Hello."
Give me a perception check. You see in front of you're behind him, and so he cannot see you. But between you and the man that is chained to the ground with the black feathered wings, you see the spectral form of a dark elf. You see it walk up and reach out to touch the figure that is chained. With a 15 perception, you do not hear everything, but you hear a question about whether fate has been decided for everyone, or if people get to choose how their life plays out. You hear the dark elf answer that people get to decide their own fates and affect what happens. And you hear the chained figure laugh. And the dark elf all of a sudden is sucked away, gone, dispersed into the ether. And all of a sudden you smell the ocean, and you are back in your body, sitting with Theros and the High Priestess. And that is all for tonight. Join us next time as we see what happens after this vision and how our heroes will deal with the slavers. Thank you for tuning in.